Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. This is an announcement for all participants of this seminar. 잠시 후 14시 될 예정입니다. Shortly, the Korean National Commission for UNESCO Bridge Seminar will begin at 14. 현장 참석자분들께서는 모두 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 원활한 세미나 진행을 위해 휴대전화는 진동 모드로 변경 부탁드립니다. All on-site attendees, please kindly take your seats. Please set your cell phone or cell phone to vibrant mode or silent mode during the seminar to avoid distraction for our speakers and attendees. Thank you. 다시 한번 안내드립니다. Once again, this is an announcement for all participants of this seminar. 잠시 후 14시부터 유네스코 브릿지 세미나가 진행될 예정입니다. The bridge seminar will begin soon at 14. 현장 참석자분들께서는 모두 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. All on-site attendees, please kindly take your seats.
행사 시작 전 온라인 방송 안내와 현장 통역 안내 드리겠습니다. Before starting the seminar today, I'd like to introduce the online streaming service and on-site interpretation service. 오프라인 그리고 온라인 참석자 여러분, 바쁘신 와중에도 세계 여러 곳에서 그리고 국내에서 많은 관심을 갖고 참여해 주심에 깊은 감사 말씀드립니다. 저는 이번 세미나 진행을 맡은 유네스코 한국위원회 브릿지팀 주준호 팀장입니다. I'd like to thank you all for being here with us, both on-site and online participants from many places around the world and Korea. I am Junho Ju, Director of the Bridge Program of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, who is the opening host of this seminar today. 본 세미나는 유튜브 라이브 스트리밍과 함께 진행되고 있습니다. 유튜브 채널 유네스코 한국위원회를 통해 실시간으로 세미나를 확인하실 수 있습니다. This seminar is being held simultaneously with YouTube live streaming. The YouTube channel, the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, is broadcasting this seminar in real time. 아울러 한국어, 영어 동시 통역이 제공되고 있습니다. 현장 참가자분들은 통역 수신기의 채널을 영어 1번, 한국어 2번으로 설정해 주시기 바랍니다. In addition, simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English is provided during this seminar. In-person participants may tune into channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Korean on your interpretation devices. 다시 한번 온라인 안내와 통역 안내 드립니다. I'd like to introduce the online streaming service and on-site interpretation service again. 본 세미나는 유튜브 라이브 스트리밍과 함께 진행되고 있습니다. 유튜브 채널 유네스코 한국위원회를 통해 실시간으로 세미나를 확인하실 수 있습니다. This seminar is being held simultaneously with YouTube live streaming. The YouTube channel, the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, is broadcasting this seminar in real time. 아울러 한국어, 영어 동시 통역이 제공되고 있습니다. 현장 참가자분들은 동시 통역기의 채널을 영어 1번, 한국어 2번으로 설정해 주시기 바랍니다. In addition, simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English is provided during this seminar. In-person participants may tune into channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Korean on your interpretation devices. 지금부터 2020
Now we'll begin the opening ceremony for the 2022 Bridge Seminar. But before we hear the opening remarks, we would like to take a moment to remember the victims who lost their lives in the unfortunate incident that happened in Itaewon, Seoul last weekend. So many young lives were lost, and we offer our sincerest condolences. I ask all of you to rise from your seats and join us in a moment of silence for 10 seconds to commemorate the victims.
자, 일동 묵념.
Moment of silence.
감사합니다.
Thank you for your cooperation. Please be seated. Now, to open the seminar, we will invite the host for an opening speech on behalf of the Secretary General of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, Han Kyung-gyu. Assistant Secretary General Kim Gyu-bae will speak. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Assistant Secretary General, please, the floor is yours.
On behalf of my Secretary General, Dr. Han Kyung-gyu of Korean National Commission for UNESCO, it is my great honor and pleasure to address you all at the opening of the 2022 Bridge Program Seminar. We are sincerely glad to be able to hold this 2022 Bridge Seminar with in-person attendance by the representative from our overseas partner organizations under Bridge Program, which is a KNCU, Educational Development Cooperation Project. We had not the opportunity to meet in person for quite some time as a result of COVID-19. So it is wonderful to welcome you all today. We are delighted also to welcome experts from South Korea and various other countries and other organizations striving to strengthen the educational rights of the underprivileged in various places. Thank you for joining us, whether in person or online. Today's seminar is a forum for sharing and learning from examples of non-formal education for underprivileged groups, both in South Korea and in other countries. We'll also discuss common challenges in this type of non-formal education and possible solution to such challenges. KNCU has been supporting the literacy education, basic education, and vocational education and training for children, teenagers, adults marginalized from formal education in developing countries in Asia and Africa since 2010. As of 2020, we are working with our fellow National Commission for UNESCO, Bhutan, East Timor, Laos, Malawi, implement the second phase of a bridge program, seeking to further strengthen the educational rights of vulnerable in those countries. In addition, under our Bridge Sejong program, we are working with the organizations in Jordan, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Uruguay that have previously been awarded UNESCO King Sejong Prize to support their outstanding work in literacy education in celebration of the spirit of King Sejong, whose creation of Korean alphabet did so much to promote literacy for all, not just the elite in Korea. Over the past decade, the KNCU and our Bridge Program partner organization have faced numerous challenges. Education is clearly the driving force behind people's dreams for the future, but it is easy to driven off course along the way by the changes in society and environment. COVID-19, as it raised all over the world, have a very significant effect on our educational environment. The restriction on people's movement and gatherings, and the closure of schools greatly weakened the people's ability to exercise their right to education, a right everyone should enjoy. According to the UNESCO Institution for Statistics, 147 million children worldwide lost their learning opportunity as a result of school closed during the pandemic. The educational inequality suffered by the vulnerable groups has deepened, and there have been a particular decline in lifelong education opportunity for those marginalized from formal education, focusing on non-formal education. Now in 2020, as we see the light at the end of the tunnel following the pandemic, we must continue to strive to protect what should not have changed, but has unfortunately changed as a result of COVID-19. This is because education is not just a fundamental human right, but also a powerful lever to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that the global community has jointly committed to. To this end, this seminar focuses on the importance and necessity of various kinds of non-formal education for sustainable development and to empower the women from vulnerable groups and offers a forum to discussion on solution to diverse challenges faced in trying to implement such education. Starting with Professor Yu Sung-sang's keynote presentation, we share examples of non-formal education for underprivileged women in global community from the KNCU partner organization under the Bridge program and from the organization within South Korea. We'll also be holding some experts and expert panel discussions to examine what needs to be addressed and further developed in the process of implementing this kind of education. This seminar is a valuable opportunity for us to look once again at the direction that lifelong education for vulnerable women should seek to take the post-COVID-19 era. I look forward to fruitful discussions, and I would like to offer my thanks in advance to everyone participating for generous sharing their insights. In addition, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to Ministry of Education, UNESCO, the city of Gyeongju and Osan, whose support has made the seminar possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary General Kim Kui-bae. Next, to congratulate on the seminar, our partner country of the KNCU Bridge Program, Bhutan, a country that is located in South Asia. Its Minister of Education, Jar Bir Rai, has sent us a video message. We will meet the minister on the screen. Please give the minister a big round of applause.
For example, Dr. Jung-koo Han, Secretary General, Korean National Commission for UNESCO, Secretary Generals from participating countries, officials of Korean National Commissions for UNESCO, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Bhutan. At the outset, I would like to thank Korean National Commission for UNESCO for the opportunity to share a few words for a bridge seminar which is organized to bring together partner countries. Globally, adult education is important as there is no end to learning. Adults who missed the opportunity for formal education should be provided a platform to pursue lifelong learning. Adult education through non-formal education has changed the life of many people. Non-formal education program is a response to the societal issues that surround them through the provision of literacy, numeracy, and skills development. Over the last few decades, many countries started to promote adult education, skill development, and accelerating literacy rates. I would like to express appreciation to all the countries for making commendable progress in bringing improvement in individuals' life. I would like to take the opportunity to express my appreciation to UNESCO for constantly supporting initiatives to enhance adult literacy and promoting lifelong learning. More importantly, for the support in addressing the learning needs of marginalized people who lack basic literacy skills. Furthermore, the Korean National Commission for UNESCO is playing equally an important role in accelerating an adult literacy rate, especially through the Bridge program. In case of Bhutan, non-formal education program was introduced in 1990 under the royal command of His Majesty the Fourth King, mainly to empower women. Since its inception, non-formal education has provided functional literacy and life skills education to illiterate population and accelerated the adult literacy rate to 66.6%. The Ministry of Education targets to reach about 75% adult literacy rate. The Bridge Bhutan program was timely and is expected to support Bhutan to achieve this target. Through the Bridge Bhutan project, the Ministry of Education developed non-formal education management information system, furnished existing community learning centers, and capacity building of instructors and learners on various vocational trade and digital literacy. On behalf of Government and Ministry of Education, I would like to express sincere appreciation and gratitude to the Korean National Commission for UNESCO for your generous support. Through the Bridge program, I believe that all participating countries will be able to improve the quality of lives of those who missed the opportunity to pursue formal education. I would like to reaffirm our continued efforts and commitment to foster and strengthen cooperation to enhance adult literacy and promote lifelong learning. Thank you and Kadinche.
Thank you, Minister, for your warm congratulatory remarks despite your very busy schedule. Minister Jai Birurai of the Ministry of Education from Bhutan, a round of applause is in order. Next, we're going to invite the speakers at the seminar in earnest. First, on non-formal education of women, the learning of women in developing countries from the perspective of the capability approach. Professor Yu Sung-sang of Seoul National University will deliver his keynote lecture. Please welcome the professor with a big round of applause as he steps onto the stage.
다시 인사드리겠습니다.
Let me deliver my greetings to you once again. I am Yu Sung-sang. I'm working as a professor at the Seoul National University. Do I need to wear my mask throughout the lecture? Okay, I understand. I would like to thank the KNCU for your kind invitation. Well, even prior to the commencement of the Bridge program, I actually began a basic research on the overall direction that the Bridge program must follow. Actually, the name of the program was not the Bridge program, but it was for providing support for education in developing countries. What we need to do, how should we achieve the goals, and how can we help our younger new generation to be able to live in a better world through education. And I was in the process of putting the thoughts together. I became a partner in the Bridge program, and I think whenever we have the seminar, I'm invited to speak as a lecturer. So this is such personally a privilege and an honor. We have attendance from various countries, indeed. I think we're maybe at the end of the tunnel under the pandemic. I see some familiar old faces as well as new faces as well. I know I'm given about 20 minutes to deliver this presentation. I'll be talking about non-formal education and women. This is the overarching theme that we're trying to address, and I thought about what we need to talk today. And the title of my presentation is here, Women's Learning as a Basic Capability. I'm teaching educational studies, study of education at university. You will be looking at my presentation in English. I'll be speaking in Korean. I know that I'm being interpreted and translated simultaneously, so ask for your kind of understanding. So I'm working at the Department of Education, and especially at a graduate school for education. I do a lot of study, and I try to nurture those next generation leaders who want to focus their life on education. And I believe that we're probably one and only educational institute in Korea that is really solely focused on this specific topic. For the last 10 years or so, we looked at education and development, especially the relations between education and international development. What education will be needed in the international community? How can we develop best practices around such education from the point of international community? And against that backdrop, I will be dealing with some theoretical aspects of the studies. I will be speaking mostly about my experiences and also how Bridge program should be developed further under the good name of education, how we should make further advancements and how we can actually lead the advancement and development. This is the contents of my presentation. I'll be talking mostly about these 5 different sub-themes. Images of women in developing countries. What image do you conjure up? And I will be dealing with 3 very well-known popular narratives of women's lives in developing countries and women in human development. There's a book that's written by Masabom, and I will talk about the capability approach which is mentioned in her book. It's quite theoretical, so I will try to make that part of the presentation very brief. And ultimately, within these stories, what are we trying to achieve? What's the purpose of pursuing education in the first place? And last but not least, I will talk about women's development. We need to take a capability approach to women's development, but we want to underscore the importance of education in that regards. Well, I'm going to be talking about images, and it's really up to personal interpretation. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions when it comes to images. Now, when you think about a developing country and women, you perhaps have these typical images of women that are working very hard, breaking sweats out in the field. Perhaps this is the image that comes to your mind. Or you are thinking about a woman who's holding a baby, who's gazing far into the space. Or the woman is burdened with childbearing, but the woman has to be out there in the field, working day and night to feed the family. So this is the image of a premature marriage. Now, once a woman, a girl reaches, for example, the age of 10 or 12, she has to get ready for her marriage. There are these girls that live in such circumstance. This transition from a girl to a woman, I think that is already determining the fate and destiny of women that are living in developing economies. It may look beautiful on the outside, but if you look deeper, there are various contexts that are actually hiding the stark truth of the story. There are also women with a big family, with many members of the family who have to become the breadwinner for the family. But this is not everything. For example, there are women that are out in the market that are working very hard to make income for herself. Or you have these images of quite old women in her late stage of life. They come to learn. Older women in their 60s or 70s, they may represent the typical image of women in developing countries. What comes to your mind first when you think of women in developing countries? Well, we need to understand the issues that women face in developing countries. We're trying to make their lives more human, perhaps, but it may be used as a marketing ploy for those photographers. And maybe there's that wish and hope for many people who want to see some transition and changes in women's lives. Maybe that is a wishful thinking of many. So how are these women's lives actually changing? We think we know what is happening to them, but do you know exactly the type of transformation that they go through? What kind of changes should take place in the first place? And why should such changes take place in the first place? And furthermore, are we really seeing the transformation that we want to see? I will try not to go so far into the theoretical aspects. There's a book called The Diffusion of Innovation. It's quite interesting. There are various projects with good intents for transformation and changes, but projects really don't turn out the way they're supposed to, because the people that are within the projects or programs, they're unable to accept the changes. So whatever they learn are not really translated into actual changes. So we'll be dealing with various stories and anecdotes to understand the importance of non-formal education for women in developing countries. So I want to ask you this question. What did you exactly see in those images? Why do you think they're important? Do you think that that's going to directly translate into a changed life of some women? Do you believe in that? Perhaps we can just accept it as a fact, because there are three narratives that I will be sharing with you. There is a certain intervention, and sometimes intervention leads to some significant changes and positive changes, which I will talk about today. First is an example of Grameen Bank. Second is the Malala Fund. Third, to our surprise, our participant, Bunyad Foundation, where one of the participants belongs to, Ms. China D. I haven't seen her for quite a long time. It's so glad to be able to see her in good health today. First, starting with the Grameen Bank. It was established in 1983 by Muhammad Yunus, who is an economist, who just came back from the United States to out of his wish for dealing with poverty. So in 1972, Bangladesh became independent from from Pakistan. And there weren't many people that were focused on poverty issues. The victims of poverty were actually women, and Yunus wanted to focus on that issue by coming up with a very bright idea. Of course, he was not the first one to invent this concept through what is called microcredit or microfinance. He wanted to solve the poverty issue of women. And in 2003 and in 2007, the bank grew very significantly. 10 million people were taking part in this bank. And there were many successful, or perhaps not so successful in terms of commercial success, but there were farming women who were able to make a transition in their lives. In 2006, he received the Nobel Peace Prize for poverty eradication, one of the biggest conundrum for the world, by presenting this innovative solution. Through the Grameen Bank, women's lives were changed as a result of intervention. And this is one of those narratives. Second is Malala Fund. In 2013, Malala Yousafzai, after receiving the Nobel Prize, co-founded this educational foundation with her father, not so much on women, but mostly for girls education, and an organization to promote education for the girls rather than women. But activities were not just limited to girls, and it went beyond its own borders. Afghanistan, for example, Ethiopia, Brazil, India, Lebanon, Nigeria, Turkey, and Pakistan. The organization worked to support and advocate girls' education. The organization is growing very quickly and is involved in various activities, accomplishing a lot. The strength of the Malala Fund comes from the fact that education is so important, but it is making the continued voice, the advocacy work for education. And their work is not just limited to non-formal or formal education. They don't make any distinction between the two. And China D, chairperson, is over here. In 1992, Hapijabad, this is a village where the literacy program first began. And in 1994, Bunyad became a nationwide non-formal education organization, especially focusing on women in rural areas to promote their literacy. And based on enhanced literacy, they become more empowered in their lives, and through which poverty and community involvement become critical areas for them. So they become the change agents of change. There will be a presentation in this regard later on, so we look forward to that. And it received UNESCO award in 1998 and also in 2002. I visited the Bunya Foundation myself, and I saw what they were doing, they have been doing. There's grassroots involvement of women, and their participation in the process become a very important tool for changing their lives. So the two narratives that I share with you are quite different from the third one, because we're here to share various success stories of Bridge program. I think this is one that is very meaningful to share. If you look at these narratives, we see women and women in developing countries, or women in underdeveloped countries, or women stricken with poverty. Their lives require education and our intervention. Narratives are showing exactly that. Then I have a big question mark at this point. The question is, now we have these wonderful success stories, accomplishments, and seemingly wonderful changes are up for grabs. But how come the world is really not changing, especially women in developing countries? Why are they still poor? Why are they still having healthcare issues? Why are they not free from social violence? And we can add another question. We know that education is powerful and it is important. We think we know this very well. That is why we're all gathered here. But nevertheless, why doesn't education get involved in bringing more changes? We think that by making investment in education, the world is going to become a better place overnight. But how come that is not the case? How come we're not making that much investment in education? How come we're not seeing that educational intervention? This is the ultimate question that I want to pose before all of you. Women in developing countries, their non-formal education. You think that this is a very popular theme for many, but that's only for the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. Even for the SDGs, 7 sub-targets, and in the ABC, there is more focus on formal education and institutionalized education through investment, rather than talking so much about non-formal education. So if it is a situation in which we don't really have to do this right now, right away, we tend to put it away, put it on the back burner, or we tend to neglect them, overlook them. That is perhaps why we're trying to talk about women in developing countries and non-formal education, to talk about these specific themes. So the three narratives that I shared with you may be an exception. In so many places around the world, we may think that we may not be looking at the stark truth happening around us. Now here, I want to share with you a philosophical theory here. Martha C. Nussbaum, this professor of philosophy at Princeton University, very famous, and Nussbaum is quite popular among Korean readers. I think most of her books have been translated into Korean, except for the books that I want to share. After 2000, I think all of the books that were written by the author were translated into the Korean language. But this book was published around 1995 or 1999. And why, among so many books that were written by Nussbaum, how come this one was not translated? I'm one of the person that wants to understand why. Now, Nussbaum went to India, went to the region called Kerala. This is in the Midwest part of the country, how the women are living their lives and what intervention would be needed to change the lives of the women. And based on the stories, the author came up with the concept called capability approach. Capability approach is not a specific theory that was coined and developed by the author. It was already talked about by Professor Sen in the economics theory. So it's, in other words, it means foundational capabilities, but people just call it capabilities rather than foundational capabilities. So capability approach is not so much related to education, but it is dealing with extreme poverty and extreme needs and how the government and communities should provide such support and should ensure such support. This is probably the book that you may be aware of, Creating Capabilities. This was translated into Korean in 1995. Women, Culture, and Development. This book came about first to talk about the concept of this theory.
It's difficult to talk about capabilities in greater detail today, but capabilities are the alternative combinations of functionings that are feasible for a person to achieve. Formulations of capability have two parts: functionings and opportunity freedom, the substantive freedom to pursue different functioning combinations. So it's about that freedom to make a choice. This definition may sound pretty rigid, but to talk about it a little further, there's nothing that exists for everyone. We need to look at each individual one by one. When we think of a person and that person's wishes and about how to be or what to do in the future, then what are the capabilities that are needed by that individual person? Only that person himself or herself will be able to know exactly what capabilities that he or she needs to be able to achieve his or her wishes. If there's something that you want to be or something that you want to do, the capabilities that you need to do that are the so-called foundational capabilities. The capabilities need to be there to provide a foundation for that person to be able to achieve their wishes. It's about utilizing capabilities to improve the quality of lives, and this is perceived as one of the urgent tasks by the government. This capabilities approach by Nussbaum would be well summarized in the list of 10 capabilities that you see on this screen. I don't think I have time to go talk about it one by one in detail, but the capabilities, the basic capabilities that are required of a person to be able to enjoy life is hard to define, you may say, and the definition is not still there, even by the author. Even if we pose a direct question regarding the basic capabilities that are needed by a person, there are 10 suggestions here. As you can see here, health and life and sensitivity, imagination, reasoning, thinking, and emotions. You need to be able to feel the attachment to things and people around you. And at the same time, practical reason should be there. You need to be able to make a decision regarding what's right and wrong. And affiliation is another capability. It's about recognizing and showing concern for other human beings. And this is also a foundation for your self-confidence or self-image. And at the same time, you need other relations, being able to live with concern for and in relation to animals, plants, and the world of nature. And the 9th capability is play, and the 10th capability is control over one's environment. Both emotionally and physically, you should be able to have a control over your environment, especially in terms of making decisions. As a matter of fact, as we talk about development, we often get to talk about women as a group. We talk about the grassroots people as a group. We talk about children as a group. I have an experience of visiting Hafizabad. This is not the photo that I took myself. There's an image from the Bunyard Foundation. These are the women who were gathered to learn how to read and write for literacy. And I had an opportunity to look at these women from a slightly different perspective. I got to ask these women what brought them to the classes for literacy. I thought that if I tell women to come to literacy classes, all of them would come because you're given an opportunity to learn reading and writing. You are given access to education, but not all women came immediately to the classes. Sometimes it took them 2 to 3 weeks or even months to be convinced to come to literacy classes. As such, literacy is about a right to give education to other people, and you may think that way. However, to other people, it wasn't about the right that would be afforded by them. Some people would apply cost-benefit analysis to such literacy classes. And based on that analysis, probably we wouldn't be able to say such classes are economically cost-effective. Most economists would not agree that this is such an economically feasible concept. These women in a group, we're talking about education towards this group of women. And these women in a group probably were expecting to be able to achieve an educational effect towards that group of women. And in developing countries, for instance, if we increase access to education to children as a group, that will be translated into a percentage increase in the national GDP and so forth. And that will be translated to an increase in the monthly income for those people. But education is not about that. It's related to each individual who receive such education. Therefore, as we talk about non-formal education towards women in developing countries, we shouldn't be talking about women in a group. We should look at each and every individual and see how satisfied they are with the education that they are provided with. Therefore, maybe the capabilities approach is different from the utilitarian approach about evenly distributing the resources to people in a group. So we are moving away from the utilitarian approach to focus on a much more important approach towards each and every individual woman. Most oftentimes, there's a failure of the system, and to prevent that system failure, we should be able to place a focus on individuals and giving each individual an opportunity to learn. And to do that, we should try to increase the capabilities of individual women. In this light, development by women or development for women is not the concept that we need to pursue. Under the Bridge program, we should look at a well-being of the woman, one woman, each one of them. I think I am running out of time, so let me just skip to this slide. Actually, learning to someone could be a threat to other people, and learning involving both growth and threats in life should be considered as a basic capability which widens people's freedom to choose what he or she wants to be or what he or she wants to do for for their own purpose. Learning is a process of social, personal reflection to make their worldview enlarge and to get more practical intervention to the world he or she wants to create together with others in relation. Unfortunately, such process takes long time sufficiently to be recognized and at least knowledge to take place among those who live together. Therefore, we need to place a focus on the process of making endeavors. The joy of learning is very brief. Only when you succeed in learning, it's like a gift that is given to you. Maybe those people who climb all the way to the top of a mountain will be able to feel joy for a very brief moment. Therefore, I would like to cheer up those women who are eagerly learning, and we should make sure that this learning could become a blessing for their lives. The learning could be a painful process, but if you get through the process, you will be able to finally enjoy the joy of having achieved something. Today, here, I would like to recognize your endeavors who are working day in and day out to give such joy to women in developing countries through literacy programs. And at the same time, I would like to cheer up all the women who are working to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yu, for your insightful presentation. Gave us a lot of food for thought, especially vulnerable members of society in developing countries, women. Their fixed stereotypical images, how we can change them, what efforts are being made, how come the changes are not taking so fast, especially focused on capability approach. You talked about the importance of the government's public policies for education and women's own initiative for changing their lives. I think you proposed or you presented a task or an assignment for us to the partners of the Bridge program and also Korean National Commission for UNESCO. Thank you very much for your wonderful lecture. Let's give the speaker a big round of applause once again for the presentation. We're actually behind our program, so we will not be able to have a separate Q&A session with Professor Yu. That concludes the keynote presentation. And we're going to be looking at the examples of non-formal education of women at home and abroad. In session 1 and 2, the moderation will be provided by Specialist Kim Ji-hyun of Bridge Program from KNCU. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your introduction. My name is Kim Ji-hyun from the National Commission of Korea for UNESCO. It's a great pleasure to meet you today. As was just mentioned, starting now, we would like to open up the session 1, which will talk about the example programs both in Korea and overseas. In session 1, we will share the experiences of bridge programs regarding the women's participation in non-formal education. Before we hear the presentations, let me introduce our speakers for session 1. From the Ministry of Education of Bhutan, we have with us Ms. Pelden, Deputy Chief Program Officer of Non-Formal and Continuing Education. Can you please rise from your seat briefly to say hello to the audience?
Dani from Jordan. She's a founder of the We Love Reading program. Could you greet to the audience? Thank you. And Madam Shaheen from Pakistan. She's the representative of the Pakistan Bunyad Council. 네, 감사합니다. 그러면 제가
Thank you very much. Now let me invite our first presenter in session 1, Ms. Palden, to hear the case example of Bhutan.
for the presentation. Thank you. 펠덴 부책임 담당관은 네. 부탄 교육부에서 이 비형식 교육을
Mr. Palden is responsible for non-formal and continuing education at the Ministry of Education in Bhutan, and he is closely coordinating with the Korean National Commission for UNESCO.
And good afternoon to everyone. Honorable Assistant Secretary General of KNCU, Secretary General and Director Generals from our participating countries, and also the colleagues coming from different parts of the country. We also have the privilege to welcome our online viewers across the Republic of Korea, presenters coming from different parts of the universities, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Pelden and I represent Bhutan, and today with me I have my officiating secretary and also my colleague from Bhutan National Commission for UNESCO. So I, on behalf of the Ministry of Education, would like to welcome each and every one of you to this seminar. So I will be presenting the stories from Bhutan, especially in the field of non-formal education. So in my presentation, if you look at the outline of the presentation, so firstly we will have a country profile in brief, then of course historical perspectives and milestone of NFE, mandates of NFE, adult literacy program, location, then statistics of NFE and impact of NFE, and most importantly I'll be touching on the stories that come from the participation of women in non-formal education, and of course I will also in brief touch on the challenges and the way forward. This is a country profile in brief. So our country, Bhutan, is a landlocked country covering 38,394 square kilometers. We have a very small population of around 0.7 million, and then we have a male population of around 0.3 million, and then female, and then our country is divided into 20 dzongkaks or districts, and our state religion is Buddhism, national language Dzongkha, and our currency we call it Nultrum, and then life expectancy we have around 71.78 years, and government we have a democratic constitutional monarchy, and the main industries or the income generating are focused on hydropower and tourism. And if you look at the general literacy rate as of now, since in 2017, as per the national standard living survey conducted, we have achieved 71.4, and when it comes to adult literacy rate, we have achieved 66.7. To present the historical perspective of non-formal education in Bhutan. So non-formal education in Bhutan has been started under the visionary king, our fourth king, Druk Gyalpo Jigme Singye Wangchuk, who has actually started the non-formal education program to empower women with basic literacy and numeracy skills. And right now, our non-formal education is being headed by the Non-Formal and Continuing Education Division with the mandates to provide functional literacy and numeracy skills to youth and adults who have missed formal education, to promote our national language, then thirdly, to provide opportunities for acquisition of livelihood skills, career advancement and academic qualification to youth and adults through CLCs, and lastly, to provide platform for promoting community vitality and lifelong learning. This is the milestone of our non-formal education. So it began in 1990 as the National Women Association of Bhutan. So it just began as an association. And then, of course, later on, it was handed over with the mandates of non-formal education becoming very important, it was handed over to the Ministry of Education. And in 2000, the community learning centers were opened across the country, especially to focus on enhancing the skills development for the women after they have acquired the literacy and numeracy skills. And in 2008, with the support of UNICEF, a survey was conducted to actually assess a program of non-formal education. And in 2009, very important one, we actually received an honorary mention of Confucius Award. And in 2012, we received the International Confucius Literacy Award. So this is a very big achievement for our non-formal education in Bhutan. And then as the learners had more wishes to further their education or literacy program, we have actually introduced functional English curriculum in post-literacy course. And again in 2015, with the support of our government, we have actually conducted an NFE review report 2015, which actually gave us the direction to further improve the non-formal education in Bhutan. And in 2016, with the support of Korean National Commission for UNESCO, we were able to organize international conference on capacity building in Bhutanese non-formal education. So this was very fruitful conference where we could bring all the stakeholders on board in Bhutan, which has been actually facilitated by the officials from our Korean National Commission for UNESCO. And since then, I think the relationship or the partnership with KNCU has even it became more stronger, and that is why we could actually come up with this Bridge Bhutan project. And with the support of Bridge Bhutan project, we were also able to actually conduct the first national exhibition in the country for our community learning centers. We were able to review the curriculum as per the need of the learners, which were very helpful to enhance their livelihood skills as well as the life skills. And in 2018, with the support of our government, we were able to develop a NFE equivalency framework so that our NFE learners do not have a dead end to their knowledge. They can actually continue to learn more and become the lifelong learners. And in 2022, since the inception of Bridge Bhutan project from 2020 onwards, we had a lot of changes we could bring a lot of changes and impact in the non-formal education. And one of the biggest changes or the activity that we could initiate in partnership with KNCU was the development of non-formal education management information system. Now, if I share the adult literacy program that our division has initiated, we have a basic literacy course, which is for 1 year, and followed by post-literacy course, the 2nd year course, where we have also actually introduced functional English curriculum. And in community learning centers, we have an advanced learning course where the more focus, 80% of the focus is on skills development and 20% is on the literacy, so that our NFE post-literacy graduate learners can continue their literacy and numeracy skills. And in the skills development, as of now, we have introduced tailoring, and from 2021 onwards, we have also introduced basic baking, then weaving and carpentry courses. So these are the locations, a map of our country where we can actually see the NFE centers and our community learning centers spread across all the regions of the country. So just to highlight on the statistics, we have from 2010 till 2022. So firstly, we have the basic literacy course learners. So as of 2022 March, we have 2,310 learners, of which the most participating learners are the women. So we can see 1,789, and followed by we have post-literacy course learners, which comes to 2,454, and we have a community learning center. So if you look at the graph, it's gradually coming down as the year passes by. This indicates that we have actually achieved we are towards the journey of achieving the literacy rate in our country. So that is why although we see a fall in the graph, it actually indicates the success of our program. However, if you look at the community learning center learners, it's actually gradually growing. And this is what we actually inspired to do, because as we achieve the literacy and numeracy skills, we focus more on skill development, whereby we want to see more participation of the learners in the skills development. So as of now, 2022, we have around 5,084 learners. To present you on the impact of the non-formal education, as I presented earlier, we have conducted a review report in 2015, and when we interviewed the beneficiaries in the field, this is what they have to say. So basically, women, when we interviewed the learners or the graduates, the program has helped them to read and write, so you could just I'm sure you will understand what is there, so I need not explain since it will be a long time. Okay, NFE graduates now, one of the most important things that have actually empowered the women is in terms of the positions that they can have in the community. So we have a local government in our country, so they are the government has actually decentralized the power and the authority to the community leaders so that they can directly bring the development in the community. So in 2016, we had all these NFE graduates. These are actually the NFE graduates. So they have contested in local government election. So if anybody wants to elect, get contested in the local government elections, they have to clear a functional literacy test. So they have both speaking and written tests. So our NFE program has actually empowered the NFE learners in contesting for the local government election. And you can see from the graph the participation of male as well as female. And very recently, last year in 2021, this is the statistics of the NFE graduates who have actually contested and got elected in the local government positions. Now, if I take you briefly through the women's participation and meaning in NFE. So there are many women who have actually been benefited from the program, and I would like to present you the stories, the profile stories covering the different personal background of the women in terms of the skilling that they have benefited from the community learning centers, and also, of course, the literacy and numeracy skills that they have acquired. So firstly, her story and inspiration. She believed she could, so she did. So firstly, we have a profile story of PLC graduate who have actually participated in community learning center and completed a tailoring course, and the tailoring course has actually helped her to earn her own personal income, and this has actually immensely helped the livelihood of her family. So in a month, she earns around 0.015 million to 0.025 million. So this helps her in uplifting the livelihood for her own and her family. We also have another woman who is also a beneficiary of the Community Learning Center. She has completed the tailoring course, and she is a divorce, but nevertheless, I think even after divorce, she could sustain her own life just because of the tailoring skills that she has acquired from the community learning centers. And we have another graduate of CLC who actually runs a home-based business on tailoring, and she also feels this is the message that she would like to convey to everyone, that she feels very blessed to have completed the tailoring course from the community learning centers, and she also could sustain her own livelihood without having to depend much on her husband. We have another woman named Miss Kiba. She's 36 years old, and she has actually not completed her grade 10 from formal education, and after dropping out from the school, she has actually taken part. She has taken part in the tailoring course in our community learning center, and she is also she is also, after graduating from the tailoring training, she not only has earned her own livelihood or income, but she has also been helping the community back in her district, so that she can impart the tailoring skills to other women. Another story that we have is from our very own community learning centers. So this has actually given us the focus or the aspiration for community vitality. We have a community learning center in southern part of our country, and this center has taken a good opportunity, especially during the COVID-19 era in 2021, and they have actually opened. The women have formed an association. Especially the graduates of this community learning center, they have formed an association and they have opened a tailoring shop in the region. And this has actually helped them to open their own shop for the center, so that whatever income they earn from the center actually helps in sustaining the center to run, to buy things that are actually necessary for the center to keep on moving. And when it comes to literacy, so we have seen the stories from the tailoring skills. Now to focus on the literacy, the benefits of the literacy. So we have a NFE graduate who actually completed her post-literacy course, and she has taken part in the local government election, and she now serves as one of the local leaders in her community. So we have another story again, Sonam Hadin, who is 33 years old, and she has been actually, she did very well during the functional literacy test, and she is actually the first woman elected as one of the local leaders in her community or in her district. Then if you look at the baking skills, the beneficiaries of the baking skills, so we have a young woman who is 31 years old, and she completed the tailoring as well as the baking skills in 2021. That has actually been supported by Korean National Commission for UNESCO, and she has actually completed the post-literacy course, and after that she even underwent both the tailoring and the baking, and now she runs a home-based baking business, which helps her to earn her own livelihood. This is another story from, again, from a baking graduate. So she also aspires to actually open a shop in her community after having learned all the baking skills. And as of now, she's running a home-based business. Now to highlight on the challenges in non-formal education, one of the challenges that we face is the dropout of the learners. So this again leads to low completion rate of the literacy, premature closing of the centers, then enrollment and retention of the learners is also one of the challenges that we face. Another one is giving accessibility to the far-flung centers. The next challenge that we have is instructors and learners have minimal or no ICT skills. Then recruitment of qualified CLC instructor is also one of the challenges. And difficult to generate income in CLC sustainability is also one of the challenges that we face. And looking forward, these are some of the plans or the goals that our division has: to provide ICT skills training and opportunities in adult education, diversify skills training leading to improved livelihood, initiate and establish compact and mobile NFE instructors so that we can take the literacy to the door or the literacy to community despite all the locations and the challenges. And another plan that we have is to implement and facilitate NFE equivalency program. And of course, by the end of 2023, we also aspire to achieve 75% adult literacy rate, which can actually contribute to promote lifelong learning by creating the learning hubs. And just to highlight in brief on the NFE equivalency framework, this is the framework that we have come up in 2020, and these pathways actually give further learning or the pathways to our NFE graduates. So NFE equivalency program mainly focuses on giving pathways and more opportunities for our NFE graduates. So they can either choose between the formal, or they can even choose between the skilling program. So these are some of the pathways that we have created for our NFE learners, so that they can become a lifelong learners. So to end my presentation, I would like to sincerely extend our gratitude and appreciation to Korean National Commission for UNESCO for all your unwavering and sustained support in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal 4. And of course, we would also like to thank Republic of Korea for being the model in enhancing the education so that our world becomes a better place to live in. So thank you so much for inviting us here and giving us the opportunity to share our experiences and aspirations. And we look forward to work in the future as well. Thank you so much. And with this, may I request our host to actually have a...
Ms. Pelda, I'm so sorry because your presentation was very impressive. I want to give you more time and also play the video that you prepared. But due to the time strain, I cannot, unfortunately. But if you don't mind and if you kind of understand, let me share it with the link of those videos you sent with all the participants.
Okay, never mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. 네, 사실 펠덴이
So Pelden had prepared some videos to share her interesting stories, but due to time constraints, we will not be able to share them. We will send you the video links to the emails that you used to register. And also, we're going to be sharing the links on the YouTube channel. So thank you. Thank you, Pelden, once again for sharing your wonderful stories. From Bhutan, we will move on to the next speaker.
파키스탄에서
The second presenter is from Pakistan, Ms. Shaheen Atiq ur Rahman, who is the Vice Chairman and CEO of Vineyard Literacy Community Council. Can you please come forward to the stage? And because we do not have much time, please be brief and concise with your presentation.
Presentation for about 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would first like you all to do the non-formal thing. Just get up and sit down. Now you can sit. So you'll wake up. I'm very excited to be here because of all the support from KNCU, and especially my old friend, Professor Yo is here. But as I was told by my friend, I have to rush through. Yes, you do the rushing, I'll go through. Yeah. This is the horrible state. Our country's biggest problem is we breed too much. Too many children. Every second 8 children are born, and this is because women are illiterate. This is the sign I've put on, that we have total illiterates and women are only 46% literate, and that's a huge sum because our population is over 22 million. 220 million. Oh shit. This is the worst problem. Poverty is not drama. It is not poetry. It is surviving with little money and trying to either take your child to the doctor or give him milk to drink. Poverty in our country is horrible because of the climate change. And climate change, we have got horrible floods now, then we have earthquakes. Anything and everything wrong we have. But that pushes the poor back because the rich have cushioned money to go through. And the worst are the women because women have no alternatives. They are in our system, which is very conservative. They are very dependent on the men. And men are, I think, scared of them because they won't let them fly. They consist of less than half the population, and most of our population lives in the rural area. We have excessive childbirths, as I told you. Women's status, her work, though she does all the work, a lot of work in the field, in the farm, but it is not recognized because the definition of working women has not changed since 1950. It's much higher in the rural community because she does all the good things, works and looks after the cow and feeds them and all. But when the selling comes, the money point, the man does it. So she's not given credit for that. We are lobbying very hard to get the definition updated. And that is why women in the development sector, their work is not done. There's a lot of racket, but not enough. The supportive system is quite weak. For the example, health is very bad. We lose a woman in childbirth every 20 minutes because rural area is far away and her access to the doctors are poor. Now, how does NFE help? It changes attitudes. What is education? I'm not a PhD like Dr. Yu. I'm just an ordinary human being. So I just say, what is education? Is it better to be literate or is it better to be a PhD? Or both are very important. But in my country, when we have more than half the women illiterate, I go for literacy first because only through that her vision will improve. When she can negotiate to go through life, when she has a chance to be herself. So what we do is non-formal education. In 7 months, we teach her enough. The modern life is full of forms, and we have about 40 forms. We start with Alif Allah, that is our religion, God. Alif Allah, we're Muslims. And then we take her on, and in about 7 months, she can write these forms down. What are the forms? How to get an ID card, how to get a child enrolled, how to get registered in the local council. So it's a hands-on training which she does. And then her dependence on other decreases. Otherwise, she has to be so good to even the mother-in-law. So it's rather difficult. So she starts depending on herself. Literate females are stepping into the economic sector now. But though it's very little, because of the definition is not correct, they say there are only 27% women in the economic sector. But slowly, we are trying to get it changed. The best thing of non-formal is that the time is flexible. She can come into learning, needn't be early in the morning or early or late at night. It can be according to what the 25 or 30 women want to do. So that is why which encourages her to come for learning. Because if it's very strict times, then usually women have to look after the household and look after children. It becomes difficult. So this is very conducive. Daily issues are interwoven. For example, we teach them, I'll go on further tell you, how to look after the cattle, how to look after your child, what to do if you've got dysentery. These things which are everyday happenings for the woman. If she has no knowledge about it, how will she cater to it? And then women feel happy in these centers, KNCU centers, sitting together. Because otherwise men tend to have naughty eyes. And that in our system is not approved. So women sitting together, and so far no one has teared the hair of the other. They've done well, they're working very well together. But that togetherness is another bonding which makes you strong enough to start committee work and community work further. We do this, what we have done is something innovative, is that reading is very important, writing is more important, but we've taught her maths through household management. If you can manage your household, you know subtraction, addition, multiplication. So we have taken it that way, and that has been quite successful. Bunyad registered so-and-so. This is just, that's my office with the 3 peacocks. They're very, very possessive. And my learners, the teachers training here in the middle one. And there is your former Director General of KNCU in the last picture. We have made 2.6 million literate. 90% are females. Concentration is on SDG 4.6, not only 4. Why? Because we are catering to the age between 15 to 24, when the production starts. Oh, my mother-in-law started. We made 300 literacy materials for follow-up learning, because if you don't have any learning for them, for some reading material, they lapse into illiteracy. So we've got now over 120 libraries, corner libraries for them also. Well, these are all self-projections. This is our lucky thing. That is how we got linked to King Sejong. We got a prize in UNESCO. We've got partnership with them since 2012. Our beneficiaries are 71,000 plus. That is direct and indirect. Directly only 12,000. 12,000 something. But I'll show you later how we got other things linked into this. This was like, King Sejong was like a key which opened up the venue for other things to deal with women and children. Now we are flirting with the government they should take it on to scale, and they are being quite good. We made case studies, and I would like to thank the director. He gave a wonderful guideline to us with a new type of reporting called what? I've forgotten it. Subjective well-being. It was excellent. I would like to recommend it to all my country, all the nations, that if you take subjective well-being and you do a report on it, believe me, you will understand the impact actually which learning has done to the females. This is all we do. It's been explained before. But we very heavy on livestock, because that is the best thing for hunger management. We give our illiterate women livestock, goats. And we say that we'll give you this goat, you have to earn for it. And we take it in installments, and she has to learn also. This is what is done. The confidence is amazing. The confidence these women get by bonding together, working together. And the biggest impact is every mother sends her child to school. This is the biggest impact, because that whole community changes. That whole community understands how important it is for the child, to the girl child, also to go to school, not only the boy. She starts depending on herself because of the community formation. The gender gap thing. What we have done is something new. Is we are getting the government departments to come and work with the rural poor women. For example, for health, we have a laptop which you send to the village, and the doctor interacts with them. So like that, we are trying to bridge the gap. The bridge of KNCU is here, but we try to bridge it there by getting the line departments to give them knowledge, because women in our countries are very scheduled and very put aside, you know, traditionally. So this is the best way we can get to move them. We open with the word, we open the world. And I'm very grateful to KNCU. Again, you can read the rest. We've got a digital hub. They funded us for 3, we have made 6. First time women are handling the computer in our rural areas. Now this is amazing because they have to learn a bit of English, but that confidence is great. Another thing we did was that they gave us rickshaw libraries. We have rickshaw libraries with about 700 to 800 books in it. And that goes around the narrow villages, streets of the narrow villages. And they have a time to add on to the learning which they have. And those books are on health, no romance, health, how to earn money, skills, and all that. Everyone is looking at me, shut up and go, but. These are my girls, you see. Kitchen gardening is very important. We are a very poor country and nutrition is very bad. I think 5th highest in the world in TB. But we keep on moving on. These are the work we are doing now. We are putting KNCU now, the government is trying, we are trying to load it on them and they are taking over many of our centers so the continuity stays. So this is a good thing. Female youth are coming towards it a lot because the real change agent is the woman. The first school of a child is on the lap of the mother, the lap of the woman. She can either teach you revenge or she can teach you compassion. And that slowly is getting recognized. These are again what we have done. Now this is what I wanted to show you. Dr. Yu, you haven't seen this. We are taking our women into many other things like epilepsy. God, so many mother-in-laws. Epilepsy is a very big problem because we have a terrible problem of intermarriages. We've got epileptic, we've got volunteers to come to these villages, teach them how to, what the epileptic people can do to help themselves, the medicines. So we are trying, child abuse is a huge problem, especially in vast villages. We have told them where to complain, how to complain, what to do. Good touch and bad touch is taught. So we are celebrating awareness of legal rights and all. I just want to tell you in the end, the first step is the main step. It's the key which opens the imagination. And when you open the imagination, you fly off. As I say again and again, in Urdu there's a saying that if you want to dance, don't see the chains on your feet. Dance on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Shaheen. 네, 정말 굉장히 감동적.
It was such an inspirational presentation for us, which was quite touching as well. Once again, I would like to thank the presenter for sharing her strong conviction in the impact of non-formal education in the lives of women. Please give her another round of applause. Thank you very much.
And we're going to move on to the last presenter of session 1 from Jordan, Dr. Rana Dajani. Could we have the speaker to the podium, please?
네, 다자니 박사님은
Dr. Dajani is the founder of We Love Reading program to work in Jordan as well as countries around the world. Let's hear her presentation.
Peace upon you all. Thank you very much for inviting our delegation from Jordan to participate in the Bridge program and to share our story. I'd like to start with a story. I believe as humans evolved over millennia, at some point, there were 2 groups of people. There was a group of people that sat around the fire and told stories, and there was another group of people who looked at those who were telling the stories and frowned upon them accusing them of wasting their time. But you can imagine which one of those two groups actually survived. It was the storytellers. So in the spirit of storytelling and the spirit of evolution, I'm going to tell you a story. Now, Jing Hong very cordially introduced me and what I do, but I like to introduce myself. I like to take agency. So I like to say that I play many roles in my life, and people talk about wearing hats, but I don't wear a hat, I wear a scarf. So I wear 5 scarves. The first scarf that I wear, or role that I play, is that I'm a mother. I have 4 children, and to me that's the most important role I can play in my community for the future of humanity. And we need to acknowledge those roles and talk about them because they are very, very important. That's why we're all here. It's for the future of humanity. The second scarf that I wear is that I'm a teacher and educator. And I think that's the second most important role any one of us can play, because our children, as they grow up, spend their time at home, and if not at home, at school. And it's that very vulnerable stage early on when the child's personality and brain and cognition skills are formed. So the role of the teacher is the second most important role that can be done. The third scarf that I wear is that I'm a scientist. I'm a molecular biologist. I'm a professor at the Hashemite University in Jordan, and I work in 2 fields. One, I study the epigenetics of trauma. There are so many refugees in Jordan, and we're trying to understand what is the impact of trauma and strife and displacement, not only on the mental health and behavior of young children, but also on their biology and on their DNA, and how is that transferred across generations. The second field that I work in as a scientist is I study ethnic populations and look at complex diseases within these populations. Complex meaning there are genetic factors and environmental factors, and so we focus on diabetes. And that led me to go beyond my comfort zone of the lab to involve myself in politics, because as we did research on discovering these new genes, we had to look at stem cell ethical regulations and form new policies to regulate that, to help do research with stem cells and to provide prevention and therapy as well. So you kind of have to manipulate and go where your curiosity and needs take you. My fourth scarf is I'm a social entrepreneur, and I founded We Love Reading, which is the story I'm going to tell you now. But I have a 5th scarf. I'm not going to tell you what the 5th scarf is. I'm going to invite you to read my book, which is called 5 Scarves. And I can send you the PDF of the book that hopefully can be shared with all the audience and those that have been reserved. And it was reviewed in Nature as well. And it says 5 scarves doing the impossible. If we can reverse cell fate, why can't we redefine success? And in this context, I want to really acknowledge Dr. Yu for his presentation, because I am going to talk about things really related to what he talked about. So as a scientist, I'm a human being, and the hallmark of a scientist and a human being is, as the Nobel Prize winner in physics says, the task is not so much to see what no one has yet seen, but to think what nobody yet has thought about that which everybody sees. So these are the hallmarks. So as a scientist, I made observations in my community. And the first thing that I observed in my community is that children don't read for fun. And this is not just in Jordan and the Arab world, but actually worldwide. Even not just developing countries, but also developed countries. And why was I worried that children don't read for fun? Because to me, when you read for fun, that's how you reap the benefits of reading, because your imagination is widened, you form vocabulary to express yourself, so you, instead of violently expressing yourself, you have words, you learn about other cultures, and history, so you develop empathy, but more importantly, you become the hero you read about to become a change maker. So even if you don't get support from your local community, you gain that support and that courage from the stories you read. So because of the importance of reading, I wanted to understand, why don't children read for fun? And so through observation, I realized it's because they don't love to read. There's no passion, and there's no under the covers, can't wait to finish the story. So then the question became, how do I help children fall in love with reading? And again, through more observations, I was able to discover that the reason children don't love to read is because reading is associated always with education and religion, and it's boring and a chore. But when you have a role model, a parent, a caregiver, reading to you in your native tongue, on her lap, even as early as when the mother's pregnant, there becomes an association as the neurons are making interactions between the feeling of security and happiness that's associated with reading. So when you grow up, when you're sad, you want to read, and when you're happy, you want to read. So it stays with you, and you become a lifelong reader and learner. So that was fantastic. I found the solution. The solution is every parent should read aloud to their kids. Okay, so what do I do about that? It wasn't enough for me to sit down and not do anything. I had to do something. So, and I was inspired by Prophet Muhammad saying, which says, every one of you is a protector and a guardian. Or as Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world. So I had to do something. And so what I did is I said, it's not enough for me to read to my kids, and I'm not going to wait for the government to pass a law. And even if they did, that doesn't mean parents are going to read aloud. And also, it's not practical to knock on the door of every house and tell every parent you have to read to your kids. So I thought, I'm going to be that change. So I gathered the children and started reading aloud to them in the local mosque in my neighborhood. Stories in Arabic from the local culture, the local context. And that later became the We Love Reading program. And its vision is changing mindsets through reading to create change makers. So over the program progressed. What happens is, as you read aloud in this public, we train volunteers to read aloud in a public space of their choice. It could be a mosque, a church, a community center, it doesn't matter. And they read in the native tongue from the local culture to boost identity. And then the children line up and they take the books home. So that the child now starts begging their parents to read to them. Or they read to their siblings and friends, and even if they don't know how to read, they can make up a story from the pictures, because these are picture books. But what happened is that we flipped that it's now child-centered, not parent-centered. So it's not the parent begging the child to come, it's the child begging the parent to read to them. And this also instills in the child not just an intrinsic motivation to want to read, but also to want to go to school, because they want to learn how to read so they can have more fun. And so we turned this program into a training program, and this shows the trajectory of the training program, where we train women and men and youth age 16 and above. The majority are women. Why reading for fun is so important, how to read aloud as an art, and how to start a read aloud session in your neighborhood. And as the women start reading aloud in their neighborhoods, they own the program. So the neighborhood community doesn't know about me or the program. They only know about this woman who's reading aloud in her community. So she's a volunteer, she's not paid, but she gets the incentive to continue because of all the appreciation she's getting from her community. And we call that's that agency that's so important for sustainability. And what we did because of COVID is that we moved this training online in order to reach more people, not just in Jordan, but around the world, especially with lockdowns. And now the training is actually available in 10 languages. And we have a surprise at the end of my talk about that. And the program has scaled wide. So today we are in 65 countries around the world. And it's not that we have an office in every country. It's been We Love Reading is a social movement. It has spread by word of mouth and by the pay it forward. So if you know about We Love Reading, you have a responsibility now to pay it forward and tell people about it. Okay, now you know, knowledge is responsibility. We've also been, and because of this mobile app, we are connecting now our next step is to connect all the We Love Reading volunteers, we call them ambassadors, around the world on a virtual community. Now, we've also scaled deep, meaning we have changed the mindsets of these women and majority women and men to change how they are. And so at some point, We Love Reading doesn't need to exist. We want to disappear because the program will have been picked up by other organizations and ultimately by all individuals. And so these mothers and fathers will be reading aloud in their own homes, and eventually their children will grow up to be readers, and we will have solved that problem. And this is a picture of one of the young girls that I started reading to in 2006, and now she graduated from the university. We've also scaled up. So we've started working with the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Social Affairs. And just in May, we launched a national campaign for We Love Reading all over Jordan. And the Prime Minister announced the September 29 as the National Reading Day. So the impact of the program is not just on the children, improving their reading practices and attitudes so they can reap the benefits of reading. But what we've discovered is that it also became a program for mental health, reducing mental health burden and boosting resilience. Because when a child is sitting with an adult reading aloud, they're getting the full attention. The reading aloud has to be physical. It's not from a phone or a screen. And that is so important, especially during Corona or any kind of strife or trauma, is to have that human-human connection. And we also realized that the impact of the program is also on the adults, those women. They became social entrepreneurs. They found their voices literally by reading aloud to the children and figuratively by becoming leaders, because as they discovered their inner potential, they thought, if I can read to kids and make this difference and change, what else can I do? So they started identifying other challenges in their community and coming up with solutions, whether for their community or even for their own selves, bettering their lives, their work, their economy. And so addressing multiple SDGs. And now we have a global network of people at the grassroots level who we can tap if we need information or to deploy resources, especially during COVID. So these are some statistics which I mentioned. Now, the most important thing about the program is that we have included research. I'm a scientist, so I wasn't satisfied with just having a monitoring and evaluation report. So I invited scholars, because I'm a molecular biologist, not an education psychologist, to come and study the impact of the program so we can learn why it succeeds and how it can be developed better. We looked first at the impact on the child. And this is some of the research that's funded by KNCU, and this is in collaboration with different universities around the world, both locally in Jordan and internationally, as you can see. And we were able to show that as children, we did a randomized control trial, and we followed these children over a year, and we were able to show, among many measures, I'm showing just this one because this is all fresh data right out of the oven, that the children who were in the treatment, meaning enrolled in We Love Reading, their reading practices and attitudes all improved, statistically significant, and it was sustainable over a year. We also looked in other research at executive function, which we know if you improve executive functions, children will do better at school. This was with Boundary University, and we showed that all of the children improved, and most importantly, those who came from a lower socioeconomic background. We also looked at using books as a way to change behavior. So we developed a whole series about the environment and then tested the children's behavior towards the environment and showed, again, in another publication, how their attitudes had changed towards energy and water conservation, anti-littering. We also looked at empathy with the University of Chicago and also showed that their empathy all went up. And now we are also looking at the mother-child interaction, how that improves because of We Love Reading. And as we said, we have many stories that highlight the impact of the program on the adults. And I'm just going to just mention that although it started as a program for children, it ended up to be a program for adults. And this is the benefits that are reaped by a program that is developed from the community is much more than a program that is designed on a board or a table in academia somewhere in the West. And so for the adults, we've shown that their theory of change, that they themselves discover themselves, not just through the stories, we want to show it through the data and rigorous academic research. So we hypothesized that the predictors for leader identity and motivation to lead were work role, salience, relational importance, and empowerment, and that these were mediated through resourcefulness and empathy. So what we showed in another collaborative team, that women who enrolled in We Love Reading, in a randomized control trial, that those who were in the treatment group, their motivation to lead all improved because of that relationship resourcefulness, because they're reading with the kids, so they're getting that relational importance. And their relational importance improved their leadership through motivation to lead. So that really relates to what Dr. Yu said. Specifically, and so this is real data from the field. And we also showed that their well-being and general life satisfaction all increased among the treatment group compared to controls. Now, lastly, we have showcased one of our celebrity We Love Reading ambassadors, her name is Esma. She's a refugee from Za'atari camp. I trained her in 2014. This documentary was made to tell her story, the neighborhood storyteller, and we hope that you will be able to screen it at KNCU in the future. It has won multiple film documentaries, and we developed a children's book to go with it, which we gave out copies. And lastly, the impact on the community as a whole, to have a mindset of I can, and not the mindset of I'm a victim, I'm waiting for somebody to save me, whether it's an international NGO or humanitarian aid or a government. I can take control of my own life. So why is We Love Reading innovative? First, we have the secret sauce, that people do things because they want to, not because they have to. And that is very important, that intrinsic motivation. Second, we have, our program has spread because it is based on shared universal values, yet it celebrates the uniqueness and diversity of every person, which reflects nature and the harmony in nature. Lastly, we don't use technology for the children, but we use technology for the adults to remain connected. We've succeeded for all these reasons and won multiple awards. And I'm going to end here by saying that every human being is unique. As a biologist, nobody's DNA is like anyone else that ever existed, does exist today, or will ever exist in the future. So you are unique. And if anybody tells you you're just a drop in the ocean, Or how are you going to change the world? Well, tell them, what is the ocean but millions of drops? And I urge everyone to write their story. I wrote mine. I urge you to write yours. The stories of Bhutan or Sri Lanka or Pakistan or Laos or Timor, everyone, or Sri Lanka, they're all important. So write your stories because we need role models who speak like us, who dress like us, to inspire future generations. And I will end with the chaos theory in physics. I'm a scientist, I have to get some science in. That when a butterfly flutters its wings, it moves the air a centimeter, but that's enough for a hurricane to happen beyond time and space. So be those butterflies and be that change. And the final announcement is that we are starting We Love Reading in Korea, which means, I'm going to say it in Korean, Duk sa ka chu a yu. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lana Dajani.
Thank you very much. Personally, I went to Jordan and I saw all of the We Love Reading sessions. Prior to going there, I thought it was a program only for children to increase literacy rate of children. That was what was meaningful for society. But as was mentioned by the speaker, of course, that's really crucial. But at the same time, it likewise had a very positive impact on the empowerment of women and skills development of women in the end. Many ambassadors who are advocating reading, I believe they gave us a lot of inspiration. All the reading materials and links, we'll try to share them with you at a later point. Now, we don't really have a lot of time at all, but still, with your kind understanding, maybe we can shorten our break time. And there was a question posed by an online participant. And those of you sitting in the audience, I know that you may have some burning questions. So perhaps we can have the next 2 to 3 minutes for Q&A. Now to Pelden, there was a question from an online participant. NFE Center and CLC Center, what's the difference between NFE Center and CFC Center? One of the online participants.
Thank you for the question. The question was on what is the difference between NFE centers and community learning centers. Well, NFE center is basically a platform for learning basic literacy and numeracy skills. So it's the course is for 1 year, and we have the 2 types of courses in NFE centers. The first begins with basic literacy course, which is actually taught in our national language Songkha. And then the 2nd year course that we have is post-literacy course, whereby we teach both our national language as well as the functional literacy course in English. And when it comes to community learning centers, community learning center is basically focused on skill development. So meaning we've given opportunity for our learners to learn vocational skills. So as of now, we have 30 community learning centers, and in 29 community learning centers, we have the tailoring ongoing courses, and in one of the centers, we have the carpentry courses. So these are this is the difference between the non-formal education centers and community learning centers. And one big difference that we have among these two is, in community learning centers, we have the learners coming from different educational background, meaning that we also give an opportunity for school dropout youth to actually participate in this center so that they can learn the vocational trades. I hope I made it clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pelden, for your kind answer. 혹시 질문이
Do you have any questions from the floor? Please raise your hand if you have any questions to ask. Anybody?
네.
It's me. Thank you. this question is to Ms. Belding as well. After I listened to your presentation, it's more interesting and really impressive with your presentation. When I look at your presentation, the policy for empowering the women established since 1990, right? So my question is, I would like to know the total investment cost for non-formal education in each period, starting from 1990 to until now. And the second question is, after the women acquire their skills in the tailoring, who supporting them to build up their own business to guarantee their business sustainability? Thank you.
Microphone, please, for Ms. Palden.
Okay, the first question was on the investment cost, right? Investment costs for education, it's actually fully funded by our state, Royal Government of Bhutan. And I'm not so sure right now, but I will get back to the statistics, I confirm. And then, of course, Bhutan being an egalitarian society, I think our government is always there to support women. And that is why we have a lot of, especially progression in women empowerment in our country. And then the second question that you asked were on who actually supports, right, the business after the women graduate from community learning centers or NFE centers. We have different organizations, both funded both from the government as well as NGOs working towards all this hand-holding support to empowering women, especially to build up their own businesses. So we also have an NGO, Renew, with in which the ambassador is our Queen Mother, one of our Queen Mothers, and this actually give them microfinance for funding the small businesses. And also there are some NGOs who actually help our women in participation in the politics. So these are some of the activities that we actually work on in our country.
네, thank you very much for your kind answer. 네, 감사합니다. 시간 제한이 있어서 더.
Thank you very much. Due to time constraints, I am afraid that we won't be able to take any more questions. But all of the presenters will be here in the room during the break. So for those of you who still have questions to ask, please do approach them and ask them questions. We're running behind our schedule, but still I would like to take a 10-minute break, and we have prepared some drinks and snacks. Please enjoy them. And at the back of the room, we have made available the booklets regarding the UNESCO project. So for those of you who are interested, you are free to take them with you. Do enjoy your break, and I would like to ask all of the foreign participants to please come forward for a group photo. Thank you very much.
선생님, 여긴 유네스코라고 하는 곳이에요. 유니세프 아니고요. 유네스코 맞습니다. 유네스코 교육과학문화, 유니세프는 아이의 세계유산도 유네스코 맞습니다. 유네스코, 유니세프 비슷해도 다릅니다. 유네스코 하는 일들 지금부터 쭉 나갑니다. 교육과학문화점컴, 여기는 유네스코 유. 네, 스코 코르코 코르코.
제일 먼저 교육, 유네스코 교육. 세계에서 유명하죠. 그렇지만 교육, 어른아이 모두 글자 읽고 쓰게 다 돕습니다. 문해, 교육. 아, 그것만 하느냐? 노노노노 아닙니다. 직업기술 교육, 평생하는 교육, 모두 위한 교육, 유네스코 교육 많습니다. 많은 겁니다. 많습니다. 거기에 세계유산, 지질공원, 유네스코, 유니세프는 아동권리와 긴급구호죠. 아동권리 전부 다 챙겨요 같이, 우리 모두 함께 챙겨요 같이. 가끔은 하는 일이 겹치기도 해요. 우리는 함께해. 모두가 UN 가족, 우리 같이 함께하니까 UN 패밀리. 유네스코 전문기구고 유니세프는 기금입니다. 밑줄 쫙쫙 차이가 있습니다. 의무 분담금 한국 825번 국가예요. 기금이면 의무 없어. 다 알아서 해. 모두 예산 필요해요. 후원 다 받아. 안 받을 수 없는 친구들. 아, 의무 분담금 내야 유네스코 회원국됩니다. 의무. 유니세프는 의무 아니야. 에? 아예. 본부 있는 곳도 다릅니다. 유니세프, 미국 뉴욕, 유네스코, 에페, 타베, 파리, 유네스코, 유니세프 아니고요. 유네스코 맞습니다. 여기는 유네스코, 예. 괜찮아, 헷갈릴 수 있어. 여기는 유네스코, 네, 스코, 코로코. 엄마 물어봐요. 아빠 물어보고요. 우리 애기 어디 다녀? 할머니도 몰라요. 교육과학문화장컴. 여기는 유네스코 네, 스코 코로코. 전쟁보단 평화, 분단함의 협력, 다양성을 존중, 윤리적인 과학, 환경까지 소중, 세계시민 교육, 평생하는 교육, 양질의 교육, 차별 없는 교육, 교육으로 승부 더 많은데 일단 여기까지 그만. 아, 너무 길다. 저 이제 숨차요. 아, 달라. 우리 다릅니다. 유네스코, 유니세프, 다른 겁니다. 다 아는, 모를 수가 없는. UNESCO 한국위원회 망간부 안녕.
세븐틴! 안녕하세요, 세븐틴입니다. 네, 캐럿분들은 잘 아시겠지만 저희 세븐틴은 보다 많은 아동 청소년들의 꿈을 키울 수 있길 바라는 마음에 여러 친구들에게 배움의 기회를 줄 수 있도록 조금씩이나마 관심을 가져왔습니다. 세븐틴과 캐럿이 팀 세븐틴으로서 교육의 미래를 함께 고민하여 더 많은 전 세계 아동 청소년들에게 지속 가능한 교육의 기회를 줄 수 있도록 유네스코와 함께 고잉 투게더 캠페인을 시작합니다.
캠페인명인 고잉 투게더는 캐럿분들이 많은 사랑을 보내주시는 고잉 세븐틴처럼 앞으로 나아가자는 진취적인 의미와 함께 세븐틴의 대표적인 팬송인 같이 가요의 투게더에서 영감을 얻었는데요.
세븐틴과 캐럿분들이 더 나은 미래를 위해 앞으로 나아가며 영화를 같이 만들어 가자는 메시지가 담겨 있습니다.
고잉 투게더라는 말 그대로 우리가 함께 교육의 중요성을 전 세계에 알리고 모두가 똑같이 배움의 기회를 가질 수 있도록 다 같이 노력한다면 많은 친구들이 배움을 통한 기쁨을 느낄 수 있을 것이라고 생각합니다.
최근 팬데믹으로 인해 전 세계적으로 교육 격차가 벌어지고 많은 아동과 청소년들이 꿈을 펼칠 수 있는 기회를 얻지 못하고 있습니다.
네, 우리가 함께 고잉 투게더에서 지속 가능한 교육의 미래를 그려나가는 데 도움이 되었으면 합니다.
네, 특히 교육의 미래를 그려나갈 주인공이 바로 여러분과 그리고 우리이기 때문에 함께 목소리 내어 우리의 미래 그리고 미래 세대들의 미래를 위해 긍정적인 에너지를 함께 만들어 나갔으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 교육은 우리를 세계와 그리고 서로를 연결시켜주고 우리에게 새로운 가능성을 열어주며 대화와 행동을 가능하게 해주고
학교를 넘어 우리가 살아가는 동안 모든 것에서 더 나은 삶을 살 수 있게 만들어줍니다.
네, 교육은 우리의 삶, 주변, 사회, 그리고 미래까지 바꿀 수 있는 무한한 변화의 시작입니다.
네, 우리가 함께 고잉 투게더를 하면서 많은 친구들이 배움의 여러 가지의 방법이 있다는 것을 깨닫고
살아가는 동안 원하는 교육을 받아 배움을 통해 행복하고 더 나은 미래를 그릴 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
누구도 소외되지 않는 교육의 미래를 함께 고민해주세요.
우리 모두 함께 희망 가득한 더 나은 미래를 만들어가요.
고잉
투게더
with
세븐틴! 지금까지 세븐틴이었습니다. 네, 세븐틴! 감사합니다!
유네스코 한국위원회입니다.
네, 저 후원하려고 하는데요.
네, 후원자님. 성함이랑 주소지 연락처 알려주세요.
근데 거기 유니세프 맞죠? 유니세프 맞죠? 유니세프 맞죠?
선생님, 여긴 유네스코라고 하는 곳이에요. 유니세프 아니고요. 유네스코 맞습니다. 유네스코 교육과학문화, 유니세프는 아이들, 아예 세계유산도 유네스코 맞습니다. 유네스코, 유니세프 비슷해도 다릅니다. 유네스코 하는 일들 지금부터 쭉 나갑니다. 교육과학문화점컴, 여기는 유네스코 유. 네, 스코 코르코. 제일 먼저 교육, 유네스코 교육. 세계유산 유명하죠. 그치만 교육, 어린아이 모두 글자 읽고 쓰게 다 돕습니다. 문해, 교육. 그것만 하느냐? 노노노노 아닙니다. 직업기술 교육, 평생하는 교육, 모두 위한 교육, 유네스코 교육 많습니다. 많은 겁니다. 많습니다. 거기에 세계유산, 지질공원, 유네스코, 유니세프는 아동권리와 긴급구호죠. 아동권리 전부 다 챙겨요 같이, 우리 모두 함께 챙겨요 같이. 가끔은 하는 일이 겹치기도 해요. 우리는 함께해. 모두가 UN 가족, 우리 같이 함께하니까 UN 패밀리. 유네스코 전문기구고 유니세프는 기금입니다. 밑줄 쫙쫙 차이가 있습니다. 의무 분담금 한국 825번 국가예요. 기금이면 의무 없어. 다 알아서 해. 모두 예산 필요해요. 후원 다 받아. 안 받을 수 없는 친구들. 의무 분담금 내야 유네스코 회원국됩니다. 의무. 유니세프는 의무 아니야. 아예. 본부 있는 곳도 다릅니다. 유니세프, 미국 뉴욕, 유네스코, 에페, 타베, 파리, 유니세프 아니고요. 유네스코 맞습니다. 여기는 유네스코, 괜찮아. 헷갈릴 수 있어. 여기는 유네스코 유. 네, 스코, 코르코. 엄마 물어봐요. 아빠 물어보고요. 우리 애기 어디 다녀? 할머니도 몰라요. 교육과학문화점컴, 여기는 유네스코 유. 네, 스코 코르코. 전쟁보다 평화, 분단함의 협력, 다양성을 존중, 윤리적인 과학, 환경까지 소중, 세계시민 교육, 평생하는 교육, 양질의 교육, 차별 없는 교육, 교육으로 승부 더 많은데 일단 여기까지 그만. 너무 길다. 저 이제 숨차요. 달라. 우리 다릅니다. 유네스코, 유니세프, 다른 겁니다. 다 아는, 모를 수가 없는. UNESCO 한국위원회 망간부 안녕.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Let me make an announcement. Let me make an announcement. We're going to begin session 2 shortly. Please come back and take your seats.
Session 2 soon, so it will be much appreciated if if you can have a seat. Madam Shaheen, I'm trying to be very nice. 네, 그러면 곧 세션 2를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
We're going to begin session 2.
It's okay. 네, 조금 전 있었던 세션 1에서는 저희가 브릿지
Previously in session 1, we looked at some of the case examples of the bridge program, how in countries outside Korea, women's education is taking place. Now we're going to shift the gear to look at the Korean examples. Of course, the context may be different, but Korea also has a lot of issues in relation to non-formal education, especially for women. We're going to be inviting 2 speakers. But before we invite them, we're going to introduce to our speakers. We have Mr. Lee Sang-guk, who's the Director of Division of the Lifelong Learning at Osan City. Please rise from your seat to be recognized. So thank you very much. A very important and famous center, Central Women's New Work Center, Seoul Center. We had the head of the Bureau of the Planning, Junhae Han. Thank you. With that, we're going to invite Mr. Lee Sang-guk, Director of Osan City, to talk about lifelong learning and education for women. Please come to the podium to deliver your presentation. Director, the floor is yours. Hello, I am Chief of the Lifelong Learning Division at Osan City, Lee Sang-guk. It is an honor for me to give this presentation at the 2022 Bridge Seminar organized by KNCU. We will be sharing the stories of lifelong learning in Osan, how that's being disseminated. Is the pointer working? Okay, good. So today, Osan, the population is about 230K. It's a very small city. Yet in terms of financial independence, in terms of improving the quality of lives of the citizens, we have a lot of programs to improve the quality of their residential life, and we have part of the program is education. A learning city of Osan. For the last 12 years, we have focused on innovative education, lifelong learning, as well as child-friendly education. And going forward, we're going to be focusing our efforts on future education. Because we have accumulated experience over the last 10 years and in various fields, a lot of stakeholders are coming together to cooperate with one another. And such cooperation will be explained to you from the lens of education, lifelong learning and education. Women are taking the initiative in Osan City in various projects and programs. Of course, it is not a male-centric city, but in terms of aspiration for lifelong learning and education, especially women are very deeply involved, and we thank them for their involvement. So not only the people, but space and the systems, they're all in one place to offer non-formal education. That means community is coming together as one. And we want to draw your attention to the fact. And Osan has created a 100-year citizens university. What kind of a system that we have, who are involved, and what does the space look like? This is how the program runs. For example, we provide space and time for any residents who have a sense of curiosity. So it's called Question Mark University. So we give them the right to education, like a learning salon. We recruit learners, and not only for the lifelong learning, but also in various public sector areas, because we talk a lot about climate change and environment these days. If they're interested in gardening or the environment or public sector or tourism, if there's any need for education, then we have this collaboration with Lifelong Learning Division, and we have this question mark university. Now we have the exclamation mark. We're an aging society. There are many citizens over 50 years old. We provide them with opportunities to learn, and for the rest of their lives, we want to have these programs so that they can become a part of the community. We've already had graduated four classes, and there's a strong need for continuation of the program. So there are programs for learning more about the community. And these people that have graduated from the school, they're making contributions to the local community. They're playing their crucial roles. So it shows how learning is impacting the overall local community and their quality of lives. And third point that I want to talk about is space. We have many learning spaces like the one here. This is not a budgeted space, but we get a lot of support from the public and private sector. We try to pull them together as an integrated learning network, and citizens can just make a reservation to use a space. So it's a PPP, public-private partnership. Some 206 stepping stone classes, we call it. Through mobile or a website, they can easily make a reservation. They can come to their predefined time to have a learning opportunity. So this is something that we're very proud to present. So who developed this? It's the citizens who are at the core. Once a month, they rotate, they go around the centers to make sure that everything's working fine, if there are any issues to address, to provide opportunities to enhance learning. Another point that we're very proud is that there's a linkage that is provided by the online portal, linking people to space and time. We can get a high-level view as to the type of programs that are in place, who are learning, and what education is being offered in which place. So we can have a very high-level view as to what is going on in terms of public and private education courses, the learners, the type of the learners, and the capabilities that are being developed. We talk a lot about big data these days. For learning and for education and non-formal education, we can accumulate a meaningful set of big data. We have been running the education portal for about 6 to 7 years. We only had about 3,000 learners involved in the program. That has increased to about 30,000 now. That's also including K-12 students, so a total of 50,000 people are exposed to education. So we can develop very targeted, needs-based education programs. We also organize festivals in the neighborhood. We don't just do it in one place. We try to involve as many people as possible. So hence we call this program a neighborhood festival. So we have a week from November 11th to 24th. So over the course of 2 weeks, in various spaces, there are about 300 different lectures that are offered, and that's going to be the case for the next week. So because the lectures are taking place in different places, the neighborhood people in the neighborhood can get involved in the learning opportunity. There's also a diverse type of programs offered. That is another strength of the program. So for non-formal education, of course, we organize them, and that's what citizens want. But we also look at people with disabilities. And also, we try to create a lifelong learning village. And there are people who are still illiterate. Although they're advanced in their age, we give them opportunity to increase their basic literacy, starting from elementary to high school level education. We want people to be at the center of non-formal education, lifelong learning, whether they're consultants, managers, or supervisors. There are about 3,609 people that are education activists who are working together with us on non-formal education. So Osan is where women can learn and work. And for people with children, we try to strengthen the public child care services to create a women-friendly environment by providing women with facilities and equipment support and sharing the burden of care. That's a big issue. So during the daytime as well as nighttime, we try to involve people together in providing public childcare services for women. And we also have a care community, and the relevant education programs are offered in connection to the local universities and institutes to give a better protection for the children. We also have life cycle-based, custom-tailored education. It starts from very small children to people in their advanced age. There are different needs for education in different phases of life across life cycle. We provide design support for that, for designing and developing programs. The photo shows how learners are getting together, and they've taken photos from their learning environment. You can see the big smile on their face. And photos just not the end of that learning opportunity. People move on to continue to learn. So in Osan, women were able to take part in non-formal education, lifelong learning. It is because the city was with them. There's program designers, there are learners who have the specific needs that leads to development of a community. There were systems and institutions in place. There was a neighborhood and community who were supportive that made us what we are right now. And Osan City has been outstanding in carrying on non-formal education. We received a prize from UNESCO as a learning city. We're very grateful to be honored. And we want to become an Osan city that will walk the path of non-formal education for the next 100 years. Thank you very much, Director. So Osan City was designated, received the prize for lifelong learning city from UNESCO. I was actually going to mention that before the presentation, but thank you very much for commenting that as well. We thank the Osan City because it is taking a very keen interest in lifelong learning, and the city is very supportive of lifelong learning projects and initiatives. So thank you very much for sharing that example with us. And next, we will invite Han Jun-hye, who is the head of the Bureau of the Planning from the Central Women's New Work Center, shortly known as Seoul Center. We will invite the director back to the seat. We'll try to have a Q&A afterwards. Now, Chune Han, for women in local community and especially creating jobs for them. Chune Han is responsible for providing that job to women, so I'm sure Han is going to be sharing with us some interesting examples. Please welcome the speaker with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Han Jun-hye from Women's New Work Centers. I would like to thank the organizer, UNESCO Korea, for inviting me to this important seminar, and I also like to thank everyone for participating today. When I was asked to take part in this program today, I thought about non-formal education and the activities that we are doing at Women's New Work Centers. Our centers are not for educating women. We are more for helping women get employment. by improving their vocational capabilities and employment competencies. So one of the activities that we are carrying out at the centers is offering vocational training, and I would like to focus my presentation on that aspect. I feel quite nervous up on this stage. As a matter of fact, I was sitting in the front row and I was not really facing you, but now that I am facing you on the stage, my voice is starting to quiver. Now, let me begin my presentation. Maybe we are doing a government project by operating women's new work centers. And our goal is to improve the female economic participation rate by providing one-stop integrated services for women whose careers have been interrupted as a result of marriage, pregnancy, childbirth, or caring for children or family members. Therefore, this is a joint initiative of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family in charge of gender-related policies and the Ministry of Employment and Labor that oversees labor affairs in Korea. The central and local governments are providing financial resources 100%, and private and public institutions are also implementing the programs. And as of today, 159 centers are in operation across the nation. I'm not an expert in the education of Korean women, but to talk about organizations for female education in South Korea, there were many such institutions, but traditionally, we used to have women's centers that started in the 1950s and are still in operation across the nation. They are mainly for women's welfare and education, and mainly providing social education for women with a focus on hobby-related education, and they have developed as a community space for local women. Currently, they are offering both hobby and vocational training. Another institution or organization that we have in place is Women's Human Resources Development Centers, which have started their operations since the 1990s to boost economic participation of women in the male-dominated professional fields by helping women develop vocational skills. And I am working at women's new work centers that are providing education to improve vocational skills of women to promote their employment. The MC today talked about our centers and introduced our centers as an organization that is very famous and well-known, but Korean women do not really know well about our centers. Therefore, only those women who are starting to become interested in getting employment know our presence. The people in general do not know Women's New Work Centers because we're dedicated to helping and facilitating women's employment. There could be questions as to the rationale behind the existence of such centers in Korea, but let's take a look at this graph. What do we mean by career interruption? Because right from the beginning, I told you that we are supporting employment of women whose careers have been interrupted. The more than 70% of the Korean people get to have college education, and that is the same for both women and men. And starting from the 2000s, I believe that the percentage of women who receive tertiary education is higher than the comparable figure of men. But however, if you look at the economic participation rates, the red line represents women's participation, and the rate is higher for women in their 20s, but as they move on to their 30s and 40s, their economic participation rate starts to fall and come down. This is the so-called M curve that we're witnessing. So when they need to be most active in their vocational activities in their 30s and 40s, their employment rate actually start to drop. So one of the goals that we have at the centers is to help these career interrupted women get employment again. This is also important as a way to boost our economic growth as well. I told you that we provide one-stop integrated services for employment. What do I mean by that? Once you come to our centers, they will be provided with one-on-one vocational counseling services, and most of the women that come to Women's New Work Centers do not have clear ideas as to the types of jobs that they want to get for themselves. For instance, they would say that they used to work a little before getting married, and they used to work as accounting clerks at certain companies. I used to work at banks, but after getting married and giving childbirth and raising kids a little, these women start to have questions as to whether they could be re-employed. So those are the types of questions that they bring when they come to our centers, and we provide one-on-one job counseling services to help them make decisions as to what kind of jobs that they want to go back to, whether they want to maintain the previous jobs or whether they want to get new types of jobs for themselves. We also provide vocational training services, and these types of women whose careers have been interrupted because the society in general is moving ahead at a rapid pace, the capabilities that are required to get a job also get to change at a rapid pace. So we need to provide vocational training to these women. And once they are equipped with vocational capabilities, what we do is to make referrals to the potential employers. And once they get jobs to ensure that they continue to remain in employment, we provide follow-up services as well. Hence, our one-stop services offered by our centers, as I said previously. And I told you in the beginning that I would like to focus my presentation on vocational training that we offer. As I said previously, our operations are 100% funded by the government budgets. We started in 2009, and now this year is 2020. So over the period of more than 10 years, the number of trainings and courses and the participants have increased by more than 3 or 4 times. Now, let me talk about the areas where we offer vocational trainings. Because we're assisting women in their endeavors to get jobs, most definitely and naturally, our training is focused on traditionally female jobs, such as office work or service jobs. Therefore, we do offer such general vocational training courses for women. And these traditionally perceived women's jobs are the types of jobs that a lot of women go back to, but as we are providing public services, we also want to make sure that these women get jobs in the sectors where traditionally not a lot of women used to work. For those women who desire to get employment in such new fields, what we offer is to teach them value-added skills, as you can see here. And as you can see here, there is this comparison between the year 2013 and 2017 and 2021. Traditionally, the female jobs in the service sectors and office jobs, women are moving away from those jobs to be able to get employment in the information and telecommunications and other traditionally male jobs. Those numbers reflected those trends. And when we offer vocational training services for these women, we value the on-site training. What we make sure is to send these women to the industrial fields so that they can get hands-on training on the sites. That is one of the most important parts of our education. Through such experience, women, when they actually go back to workplaces, they should be better adapted to the working environment. We ourselves were not really free from the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Most of the services used to be offered online during the pandemic. For instance, counseling and vocational training services were offered online, and we have been working on the establishment of relevant systems to support such online services. Now that we have been doing that for over 2 years, our systems are quite well established. During the pandemic, I believe that our transition to digital services were accelerated. Now, what are the challenges and tasks that lie ahead of us? Due to the pandemic, non-contact services have become mainstream, but there are some aspects of services that we offer that cannot be really fully and effectively offered online. Therefore, we need to strike the right balance in the combination of online and offline services that we offer to these women. And traditionally, women's jobs should be probably avoided so that we can encourage more women to find jobs in new industries. But still, even today, there's this polarization between women's jobs and men's jobs. So this is something that we need to tackle going forward. In addition to supporting re-employment of women, we need to ensure that they remain in their jobs, and they need to continue their capabilities and competencies so that they can move up the corporate ladder and become managers. So this is another challenge that we need to tackle. With that, I would like to wrap up my presentation here. Thank you for your attention.
감사합니다.
Thank you for your presentation. In Korea, lifelong learning and education for women aimed at getting jobs is something that is being approached by the Korean government under its policy endeavors by operating these centers. We had an opportunity to hear the case examples from Osan City and also from Women's New Work Centers, and I wonder whether any of you have questions to ask, both online and offline participants. If you have questions, please raise your hand so that we can hand over the microphone. Are there any questions from online participants? I haven't received any yet. I understand that there was this question that was posed by an online participant from the previous session, but
yeah. Okay, thank you. Because of
My
the
mother-in-law is here.
interpretation, we need microphone.
I would like to ask our friend from Osan, are they providing lifelong learning are they giving it a budget? And are youth coming more, or older people or younger people? Because lifelong learning is the best thing to improve your standard of life. So we are very impressed, sir, and we would like to learn more.
네, 방금 그 샤인 위원장님께서 그 평생 교육.
So she asked about financial support for lifelong learning in Osan City, whether young people are coming into the programs, the ratio between the young people and the old people in the programs. To begin, we talked about non-formal education for lifelong learning. There's a lot of budget support, sufficient level. Education Ministry is supporting young people, but other than that, local communities also have a budget for youth education, but it's actually more larger the budget than the lifelong learning because youths are the leaders of our future. But of course, lifelong learning is very important as well. It's mostly people that are already working in society, and they're getting the added opportunity to be educated. So we do have a sufficient amount of budget resources available. And I think there was also a question about older people. Of course, we do have a budget allocated for older generations as well. For the exclamation mark school, yes, that is for the older generations, and there's a budget allotted for that. There's also a separate division Division department that is responsible for elderly population. We have a separate budget for that as well. Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions from the floor? And Mr. Chu Jun-ho raised his hand.
질문일 수도
Maybe this question is the one that's hard to answer, but as far as I know, in Korea, vocational education is governed by the Ministry of Employment and Labor, and job training is governed by the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality. And I understand that the Women's New Center is working together with both ministries. Regarding job education, I wonder whether you have felt any need for improvement or any need for better collaboration among different government ministries. Because I work out in the field, and we service mostly women whose careers have been interrupted. Of course, the women fresh out of college are not the main targets of our services. And of course, if they come to our centers, we will provide the services to them. But what I feel is that the education that is offered at schools in Korea is something that you already know. And I believe that school education is focused too much on formality of knowledge. On-site training is considerably lacking in school education. I believe that the education should be useful and applicable when they graduate from colleges, and that is something that I believe is insufficient. And as you just mentioned, I work with both ministries for employment and gender equality, and these centers are governed by both such ministries. And I believe that the system for collaboration should be made clearer so that we can ensure better education for students in schools, and also better training for women who are getting trained at the centers like ours. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. Could you wait for a second for the microphone because we need interpretation. Yeah, 과장님 잠깐 좀 전달. Yeah, here. Thank you.
I just want to know, are you talking about only the cities? Are you got special focus on rural areas? Because actually you have to eat food, you can't eat a computer. So are there any trainings for rural women especially?
저희 여성 새로 일하기 센터 중에는
We have dedicated centers that service rural villages in Korea. These small communities will be serviced by our specific dedicated centers. And from our perspective, and given our reality, even if you look at these rural or fishing villages, the lack of computers is not a major issue there. So the access to computers is not a major issue. There's another challenge, the fact that there's no industries that are present in those local towns and villages. So not enough workplaces for women to get jobs is another challenge faced by rural and fishing villages in Korea. But when it comes to hardware and software infrastructure, that is not a major challenge facing Korean rural villages as far as our work is concerned. Thank you for your answers. Yes, do you have anything to add?
담당 과장입니다.
So I'm working in the Osan city. I called it a city, but we call it local government rather than a city because that includes rural areas as well. There are 234 local governments in Korea. So if we say something is a city, we have a policy called a lifelong learning city. That means the government or the country is now designating such 192 lifelong cities, that's including, for example, rural areas as well, not just at a city level. So there's, for example, a structural environment, infrastructure provided as well as budget support for lifelong learning. We do have access to computers, and there's pockets of non-formal education taking place, so that can be linked back to the local community. So thank you.
네, 아까
We have another question, I believe, from the far back. Microphone, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for such easy to understand presentations. I am interested in women's employment, supporting their employment. I am running a startup to that end, and my question goes to Osan City.
기업이나
So for example, one-person company and freelancers, are they receiving support in your city? How much budget is provided to these one-person enterprise or freelancers? One-person enterprise or freelancers are not actually included as part of our scope of business. We have a separate division that is working on startups. There are, for example, incubation centers within the universities. There are government-funded entrepreneurial support centers. So whether it's short-term or long-term, entrepreneurial support is provided. We have infrastructures in place. Also, the Ministry of MSME and Venture, the ministry works together with the local governments. And Osan City has two local universities. We have such incubation centers within the universities. For a certain period of time, the centers use a space to provide support to entrepreneurial activities.
In the case of our centers, we support women's employment. We support women who want to start their own businesses, and we have dedicated counselors, 40 of them, who provide specialized counseling services for women who want to start their own businesses. We focus on getting employment for women, so our focus is weaker on supporting those women, entrepreneurs who want to start their businesses. And to be honest, women there are not a lot of women who want to start large businesses right from the beginning. So our services are mostly focused on those women who want to start small, even if they want to start businesses, and making referrals as well. For instance, it's not that we can offer direct financing assistance to those female entrepreneurs, but we can definitely make referrals to those financial institutions who can do so. Thank you for your response. I understand that there is a question from a participant from Laos.
I just want to ask some question related to lifelong learning. I heard that Dr. Kim said that vocational and employment is one ministry, and training is another ministry. So that who will responsibility about lifelong learning in nationwide? Because lifelong learning is including the formal, non-formal, and informal. So that who will take care of that? And the second question is that I heard that you have a policy of lifelong learning city. Who develop a responsibility about that? I just want to learn from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pilani. 혹시 답변을 우리
Can you answer these questions yourselves, or do you think it would be better to pose this question to the participants of the final comprehensive discussion sessions? That was a question regarding the system for lifelong learning. Anybody of the presenters who can address this question? I can see that Professor Lee is thinking about this question hard, so maybe we can ask Professor Lee to answer this question, or maybe the participant from Osan City could answer this question himself. Microphone for Professor Lee. Thank you very much. It's such a difficult question to answer, but let me be very brief with this answer. Regarding lifelong learning, itself, it is governed by the Ministry of Education, but each education offices and city or provincial governments could establish local ordinances, and they could set up separate departments who are in charge of lifelong learning in their own communities. So overall, regarding lifelong learning city projects, I understand that they are governed by local governments, but the generic concept of lifelong learning is supervised by the MOE of Korea. Thank you.
답변 요청드렸는데
Thank you very much for giving us that response. And we have a YouTube question from an online participant.
Digital skills for the future workforce in the non-formal education? If yes, how do you implement it in terms of planning, implementation, etc.? 그 디지털 교육들.
So, is digital education being offered as part of non-formal education? Is that being offered more to women? If so, how do you plan? How do you implement? Can you explain to us about the process? Director, can you answer that? All areas that I talked about that's related to lifelong learning city, as was mentioned by Professor. So we have ordinances and laws and statutes. And most of non-formal education doesn't make a distinction between men and women, just that there are more women that are taking part in the program. So every 5 years, we come up with a comprehensive plan, master plan. We come up with an implementation action plan on a yearly basis for implementation. So budget and planning are done within the framework of such relevant laws. So thank you for that response. Now that concludes the Q&A. And we had a question from Brunei. L3C had a question to Peldon from session 1. But we cannot spend more time on this because we have a general discussion session at a later time. So we're going to just provide you with a written response later on. So we looked at various examples through session 1 and 2. We're coming to the end of the session. We're going to rearrange the stage for final panel discussion. We ask for about 2 to 3 minutes of your time, and the panel discussion will be moderated by Professor Ji-hyang Lee. We ask for your patience.
may I have your attention? 네, 곧 종합 토론 시작할 예정.
We're going to begin our panel discussion soon, so please come back and take your seats. Dr. Won, are you here?
네, 잠시 나가신 걸로 알고, 네.
She stepped outside the room. We really don't have much time left. So we're going to just begin our panel discussion. Professor Ji-Hyung Lee, the floor is yours. Please welcome Professor Lee with a big round of applause. Hello, thank you. I work at Kyung University at a graduate school for public service. Thank you very much for being with us for the 2022 Bridge Seminar. As was mentioned by the keynote speaker, education is about women's identity and determining the fate, the course of their lives. However, in this pandemic era, women to become the agents of change. I think the options and the choices that are given to women are becoming narrower, as we learn from various examples. The panel discussion is titled Women's Non-Formal Education and Its Strategies for Implementation in the Post-COVID Era. We have invited 3 panelists for sharing their comments. I'm going to introduce to you our panelists and then listen to their comments. We have Professor Kyung-Suk Kang from Wonkwang University. And next panelist is Choi Jae-eun, professor from Gachon University. Last but not least, we have Won Sun-ah, Secretary Director of Asia Women Bridge, Duran. So first, panelists, Professor Kang Kyung-suk, the floor is yours.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 함께 하게 돼서 무척 영광입니다. 제가 유네스코 사업 중에 브릿지 프로그램을 굉장히 사랑하고 관심을 굉장히 많이 가지고 있고 그만큼 상당히 의미 있는 사업이기 때문에 그렇습니다. 오늘 이 자리에 함께 하게 돼서 굉장히 영광입니다. 제가 이제 원고를 좀 짧게 썼기 때문에 가급적 그대로 읽진 않겠으나 이렇게 쭉 따라가면서 여러분과 함께 제
I will not read all of the paper that I prepared, but I will be brief with my comments. During the pandemic, there get to be more sacrifices to be suffered by the people who are vulnerable already. Women and children would have been exposed to more difficulties than other groups of people. UNESCO was able to continue with its implementation of the Bridge program even during the pandemic, which was very fortunate. And I think it is great that we're having an in-person conference today. According to Professor Yu, illiterate women, the percentage of illiteracy among women is 60% higher. And at the same time, women are exposed to various social problems such as sexual victimization and violence. Why? Because the only reason is that they are women. It's not that they did not make enough efforts or they have certain disadvantages. The fact that they are women themselves has caused themselves such disadvantages, which is a matter of inequality and the matter of infringement of their human rights. For instance, women who refuse to wear hijabs get to be tortured or abused that are widely reported through news these days. And also, girls, they need to have their genitals damaged as a result of a forced early marriage, which is not fair. So it's a matter of gender inequality and violation of human rights. Therefore, in this light, female education becomes essential, not just for the promotion of human rights, but for social development, because it can become a means to foster understanding of human rights, not only among women themselves, but also those around them. I know that Professor Yu talked about the root cause of the problem in the keynote speech regarding the capabilities approach. I think that it is a good approach. Participating in learning opportunities builds basic capabilities for women's lives, and this helps them improve other capabilities as well. I teach special education, and I believe that we need to be mindful of the possibility that women are seen as just receivers of benefits under the bridge program. This is something that we need to be careful about. A delicate approach is needed to solidify self-identities that understand their right to self-determination, to build relationships of trust that enable people to experience a sense of success from demonstrating their own capabilities, and to break away from learned helplessness and increase self-efficacy. I heard 3 presentations today, and I applaud the good work they did for their presentations. The Bhutan presentation emphasized efforts to promote women's socioeconomic independence through the establishment of CLCs to teach women basic ICT skills, baking, carpentry, weaving, and tailoring. But taking a step further, we could teach hardware aspects and maybe place a greater focus on the software, the content of curriculum for more efficient operation of such program. In the case of Pakistan, which presented a SWOT analysis, the education or the registration rate of women is increasing, and the purpose of their participation is mainly to educate their children, manage family health and income, and reduce violence and gender gaps. Subjective well-being was the one that was emphasized by the presenter. When it comes to well-being, of course, there could be objective measures for the concept. However, it's also about subjective opinions about one's own well-being, which was an important concept that we needed to understand. Depending on clear objectives, sustainability of the programs is also important. In the case of Jordan, which talked about We Love Learning program, it was quite interesting. This was for female literacy, is it? Or is it for the sake of improving the reading skills of children that these women have? I believe that it's the combination of two. And the reading program for Syrian refugees was also impressive. 4 years ago, I had an opportunity to visit Jordan for assessment of the program. And I could see that Jordan was accommodating a number of refugees from Syria. And now that I know that you are providing reading programs for them, it's all the more impressive. Jordan women, are they participating in the We Love Reading program to be able to teach their own children? I know that there was such need on the part of the Jordan women, and given that, not just to be able to teach their children, I believe that the programs are contributing to improving literacy of female participants, and I would like to make some suggestions for the bridge participating countries. First, WHO is offering training called caregiver skills training, and I myself am taking part in the training. For instance, in households when mothers have some difficulties in communicating with their children, you can receive training for caregivers. Maybe as part of the We Love program, this is something that can be incorporated as well, because women who are interested in getting literacy education, the number one motivation for them is to be able to improve communication with their kids. Therefore, incorporating CST as part of the program is a good idea, because women will be able to learn how better to communicate with their children. This is something that could be more aligned with women's need to better educate their children. Also, I would like to point out that the effect of non-formal education can be maximized if CLCs are operated to reflect the surrounding conditions of the villages, that is, the needs of the communities reflecting geographical, natural, and socioeconomic characteristics and circumstances, and the factors that are most pressing. At the same time, vocational training should be planned to include practical on-site sessions, and a virtuous cycle should be established so that trained women can act as peer supporters instead of settling for routine training. As you have heard from Korea, we have different focus in terms of these programs for women. So you need to be able to better accommodate the context that exists in each country so that you can tailor your programs to better service these women and establish a virtuous cycle. The third suggestion that I want to make today is as follows, that it is necessary to analyze the demand for the program, continuously monitor the degree of change from pre-program to post-program, to measure results and achievements of goals, and consistently implement aftercare. But I believe that we need to better focus on individuality. Not everyone needs to offer literacy programs or vocational training programs. Maybe we should design a program to improve the subjective well-being on the part of the women who participate in the programs, and probably we can refine the systems to be able to support the maintenance of their education. Thank you very much.
최재은 교수입니다. 예, 보니까
I am Professor Choi Jae-eun from Gachon University. I see that we have many participants from Korea and also from embassies in Seoul. The fact that we have so many people here, that's very meaningful in and of itself, because for the last 2 years we haven't really had a lot of meetings like this in person. The situation was very dismal.
상대적으로 교육 기회를 갖지 못한 분들에게 제공하는 여러
And there are various programs, I think, that were impacted because of COVID for people. So we're now moving out of the tunnel of the pandemic, and I think we're trying to redefine the direction of non-formal education. So in the Bridge program, what's the meaning of a support for non-formal education? I think this was very much explained well by Professor Yu Sung-sang. I learned a lot about the capabilities approach. And as was mentioned by Professor Yu and also by Jordan, Bhutan, Pakistan examples, as we can see from their presentations, when it comes to non-formal education, it's not only about learning certain skills, certain competencies, it is about interacting amongst the learners so that they can expand their social relationships and network and become a responsible member of local communities, and also increase their sense of responsibilities and accountabilities. And especially the importance of non-formal education. It's not specifically limited to women in developing countries because they're in a very vulnerable situations in terms of job opportunities and education. They can become healthy members of communities, and they can also better take care of themselves and also have opportunities for a job. And non-formal education plays a very crucial role in that regards. And I think there are a lot of foreign participants who are interested in learning about Korean examples. And of course, from Koreans like us, we're very interested in learning about overseas examples. Now, when it comes to non-formal education, it really means a lot for a very advanced country like us in terms of education. We saw from the example of Osan City, one of the biggest challenges that's facing the country is aging of society, and also depopulation in rural areas. Now, local residents need to have the incentives and motivation to stay where they are in the community. And also, as the society gets older, they need to have some tools and levers to make meaningful contributions to the community. That's where the education is currently focused on. And the Seoul Center, the Women's New Work Center, yes, it's a very popular notion, and I'm very well aware of that. There's a lot of career interruption among women in Korea. Even if you're very educated, once you go through career interruption, it's difficult for the women to come back to the employment market. But through Seoul centers, they can improve their vocational capabilities and build a sense of confidence, and also to expand their network so that they can go back to the job market and to redefine and explore their new roles. So non-formal education in that regard is very important for women in Korea as well. Now, given the roles of non-formal education, through the Bridge program and for women's education, what strategies should we explore? Of course, that's a very difficult topic to address. Based on the presentations that were delivered and based on achievements of the programs thus far, I think I can maybe add some value in terms of sharing my ideas. First of all, in the post-pandemic era, the labor market, the industrial structures are changing very rapidly. It may be different by country, but we're now living in a world that is completely different from pre-pandemic era. Now, such changes are also affecting adult learners and especially women in communities. How is that going to affect the experience of women? We need to focus our attention on that, and education should be redesigned around such needs. And in terms of capabilities, digital literacy is probably one of the most crucial areas. Of course, countries have different levels of development. There's a lot of online entrepreneurship as well as education that's becoming very universal. So when it comes to non-formal education, we have to converge offline learning to online education. That is only going to become more important going forward. And for the past 2 years, during the pandemic era, one of the important problems that occurred is the disconnect amongst people, their social relations and interactions. So we have actually seen the crumbling of social structures for care. So what the non-formal education center should do is to nurture the collaborative capabilities of the learners so that we can revitalize local communities and to provide strength, to give strength back to the learners. In that vein, one thing we need to consider is that we have to do more than just classroom learning. What we learned in classes should be applied back to our real life and economic activities, such as through internship or on-site field studies. And more concrete opportunities should be afforded so that the education itself can become more meaningful. So of course, we then will be able to strengthen our fundamental foundational capabilities that was talked about so much, and women can have better capabilities to respond to the post-pandemic era. Now, the Bridge program that is implemented by the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, that's providing support to many countries around the world, it should gain stronger impetus from all of us. We have to work together to further advance the Bridge program. Thank you very much. That concludes my remarks.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. From Asia Women Bridge, Duran. My name is Wansana. Two professors have already talked about so many good points that I wanted to touch upon as well. So I would like to focus my remarks on actual case examples. There were case examples presented by foreign participants as well as the Korean participants, and I myself would also like to share our experiences so that we can learn from one another's experiences and probably find alternative approaches as well. To talk about our organization, we are doing international cooperation projects as an NGO in Korea, and the purpose of our activities is to empower social and political capabilities of women so that we can achieve equality in Korea. So the work that we do at Duran Duran is focused on women instead of general members of society. Starting with the project that we did to offer vocational training to the vulnerable women groups in Nepal. We started that project in 2015, and now we are carrying out vocational training for vulnerable women groups in Cambodia, Laos, and Indonesia. The focus of our activities is economic empowerment of women, and to do that, we are trying to help women increase their income by offering them vocational training. But this is our emphasis. When it comes to economic empowerment of women through vocational training, they can improve their vocational skills, but that doesn't guarantee the empowerment of women per se. That is something that you must have witnessed in your own countries, and that is true in Korea as well. So the goal that we pursue is to ensure economic empowerment of women by offering vocational training, and at the same time, we will carry out other types of activities to directly contribute to economic empowerment of women and promoting gender equality. Once the vocational training program is completed, gender equality workshops will be held for the female participants so that we can teach them the concept of gender equality and the available laws and institutions that they can utilize to have their equality protected. I understand that there are many countries where such gender equality is not guaranteed, and we also are trying to teach women in those countries about this concept. I understand that there could be some negative social stereotypes against the notion of economically empowering women, and that is something that we're trying to eliminate as well. I know that we've been sharing our case studies, and based on our experiences, and after women experience a boost in their incomes, their standing in their own families have changed. That is what we witnessed, especially the husbands who were against the idea of these women getting vocational training have changed their attitudes towards those women. For instance, once their incomes have increased, women have more voice in decision making within families, and certain women who participated in these programs said that they were happy about the fact that they were able to have colleagues and companions as they were working together with other women in the program. And another example that I want to share is as follows. A daughter participated in the gender equality workshop that we organized, and that daughter wanted to become exactly like her mother. Actually, if you think about the relationship you have with your own daughters, it could be quite complicated, and a daughter telling you that she wants to become like you is a big compliment. Maybe there are other people who do not like that idea. However, when we assess our own programs, those were the success stories that we can share with you today. Still, there are various challenges that we face and limitations as well. For instance, the limited fund availability is a challenge that you need to overcome, and there's a matter of people's capabilities. And because of those limitations, we cannot do everything that we want to do as an organization. And amid such challenges, in our case, women, after receiving education and participating in the gender equality workshops over the course of 3 to 6 months of time, these participating women experience unity and solidarity. And we haven't been able to establish a formal network of program participants, but these women themselves felt a sense of unity, and they started to organize themselves by setting up small gatherings, and they were expanding their networks. From a long-term perspective, probably what they can do is to expand their networks and find a way to utilize such networks for themselves. Maybe what I'm saying is feasible in certain countries and unfeasible in other countries. I know that there's diverse circumstances that exist across different nations. However, from a broader framework, what we are trying to do is to provide vocational training to women so that they can be economically empowered, and at the same time teach them about gender equality. And these activities contribute to their improved standing, not just economically, but also in terms of gender equality. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of our activities were impacted. We were doing bakery businesses, and many cafes that we were operating had to close their business. And we thought about how to break through such difficulties. And we are already doing this, providing a mix of online and offline services to female participants. When it comes to vocational training, if we cannot offer offline training, can we really call our services still vocational training? We are still in the process of finding a solution to address this difficulty, because if you are talking about vocational training, there should be actually on-site training. For instance, if it's a bakery course, we not only teach women how to bake bread, we teach them entrepreneurial skills through in-person meetings and Zoom online meetings. These are the types of attempts that we're making as of now. And going forward, e-commerce, IT, skills education should be expanded so that women who make small artifacts or crafts at home can be motivated to sell what they make online. To make that happen, what is most important is their accessibility to IT devices and their skills as to the use of such IT devices. And that is where we need to focus on going forward as well. Not everything that we do can be offered online, but the focus is to help these women become owners of their lives and drive their own lives. And this is something that I think we can do by offering both online and offline services. And that would be the destination that we want to reach as the goal of our programs. Thank you.
So thank you. We've just heard from our three panelists. Before we begin our panel discussion, I'm going to give you a summary of the presentations here. Professor Kang.
She talked about the importance of non-formal education for women to give self-determination rights and self-efficacy to those women through non-formal education. Such non-formal education for women, for it to be able to properly function, she introduced three strategies. First, the caregiver training should be provided to women. Second, the jobs are not only traditionally perceived as women's jobs, but also the jobs traditionally held by men should be approached by women. And thirdly, to make everything happen, the fundamental need analysis should be conducted.
And Professor Che from Gachon University talked about the role and importance of non-formal education, especially in the pandemic era and in the post-pandemic era. In terms of changing industrial structure and labor market, the implications to women should be further analyzed and also considered. In the regards, digital literacy education is very important. And secondly, local community level, caring, networking, collaboration are important. And also, women should be involved in internship and other opportunities to participate where they can link their learning to actual practice.
The last panelist, Ms. Wansana, talked about case examples of a Korean NGO for development projects, income boosting for women through vocational training is combined with gender equality education. And beyond that, regarding gender roles, we need to make a further improvement in people's perceptions so that women themselves can join forces and gain greater voice. Especially after the pandemic, establishing relations among people is what is important. And due to the pandemic, there were many hindrances that faced vocational training. However, by combining online and offline services, she said that she's trying to strike the right balance to offer the most effective services for women. Due to time constraints, we do not have a lot of time. And non-formal education for women, what are the right strategies that we need to take to improve non-formal education for women? That is the topic of our panel discussion today. For people who are taking part online, you can submit your questions or comments, and the in-person participants can raise their hands to make comments. Again, we are talking about the strategies that we need to take for non-formal education of women. Anybody with a view to share, please raise your hand so that we can listen to you. I see that the room is quite large now that I'm sitting on the stage. Maybe it's hard for me to see your hand up.
온라인에 혹시 Do we have any online questions? Not on the pad here. Yes, we see two hands.
I'll be pretty fast. What I observed in my country, Malawi, as far as COVID-19 was concerned, was that each type of group of women had its own needs as well as problems that it faced. For instance, we had girls that were young, like maybe preschool, whatever, those would not go to school and they lost a lot of time. We can't even talk of online education because it was accessible to only about 20% of our population. And we had a group of other girls, maybe in primary school. A lot of them, a good number or a good percentage of them dropped out. They did not return to school after COVID. And then we had another group of women, that younger women, those that are maybe recently married, those had reduced incomes as a result of COVID-19. And of course, they also experienced a lot of gender-based violence, possibly stress from their husbands after they had lost income and they were home for longer periods of time as well. And then we had another group of women, those were older women. These ones were a bit more stable, and these are the ones that belong to microfinance institutions. These are the ones that have good social networks they can fall back on in times like this. And now what we observed, some of the things that worked were that the women that belonged to microfinance institutions were better able to survive after COVID. And these are women that had some skills that they had acquired from non-formal education institutions. So at this time, it was difficult for one to rely on a job, especially if it's not in the government or if it's not a permanent job. A lot of people that had their jobs on contract, a good number of them lost their jobs. And what they relied on was the skills. And these are the skills that they had acquired prior to COVID. So moving on, I would just say, okay, I think it's good for women to be prepared ahead of time for whatever might come. Microfinance institutions, like in every project that we have, that we're implementing, we make sure there's that component that after the volunteers have taught at a CLC, then they have to sit down and now look at their finance future. And these are women that do not have access to a proper bank. So they have their bank within the village, they contribute. They have a trade, maybe they have a small bakery kind of where they sell things, and then they save daily. And those are some of the things that we noted to have to help women during COVID. The skills from NFE, the microfinance, the financial discipline, as well as the assets that they accumulated prior to COVID. Thank you. In brief, I can say that.
예, 감사합니다. 말라위 사례를 소개해 주셨습니다. 코비드로 인해
Thank you very much for sharing that example that women and girls are exposed to more violence and discrimination, and especially various skills through microfinance and various support that were given to women. Those capabilities were actually worked very favorably for women overcoming the crisis. Any other question?
Thank you. David Murera from Malawi. First of all, I just want to appreciate the presentations, the panelists, and also the presentations that we've received before on this topic. I just want to start with what Professor Yo presented, the images that were presented, the meanings of the woman. And to me, I could summarize them as meaning the role of the woman as a hardworking, the center of development, the center of family, and the center of the future. When I saw the image of a woman with a baby on her lap, that represents the center of the future, and the meaning that the future of that baby depends on that woman. And therefore, I appreciate what we are debating here, that we have to raise the profile of non-formal education. Why? Because in countries like Malawi, majority of the women are in rural areas, and they don't have the privilege like the males who migrate into towns to look for some jobs. So this relates very much to my country, and therefore I would like also to agree with Professor Kang that we needed to focus on the software of the content when we are reaching out to the women in the non-formal education. And also we needed to advocate much more as a group on the need to redefine the model of development, because many people focus on the gross net national product, trickle-down model, but we need also to emphasize the need to look at these people that are not reached, these people that are in the rural areas, because the GNP trigger model focuses on the urban societies, capital investment, and the GNP growth development, of course, the definition of which is not sufficient for development. So, what am I saying? Let us jointly raise the profile of non-formal education, and I thank the team that have presented. I thank KNCU for the initiative, and let's have more of these interactions and come up with the statistics that present the story. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 미래
Thank you very much. As the center of future, the role of women was emphasized, and he suggested that the profile of non-formal education for women should be better shared across the world and should be raised.
Mic is coming.
Oh, thank you. I just want to add another dimension. And maybe it's more to, it's about and the question is for you to comment on what I want to say. What do you think? If we look at the social economic status of Korea compared to other countries, Korea is more, for lack of a better word, advanced or developed. And so I want to discuss that for women who have not been able to join the workforce, maybe not because of lack of literacy and education, but because of taking time out for family, because of the reproductive biological clock. Hence, when they want to go back into the workforce, there's a lot of challenges and barriers to that. So that's what I want to address. And this is something that maybe is a global issue. In both developed and developing countries, they will hit it at some point once they've resolved the literacy issues. And of course, it's a privilege to talk about this because we have women who are forced to work and don't have that choice. But we're talking just to be respectful. And here my question to you is what is happening in Korea to accommodate and create a pathway or a pipeline to allow women the opportunity and the freedom of choice, as was mentioned in the keynote, to be able to pursue their choices and not to be forced to compromise, meaning not to have children because I want to work, or vice versa. If I work, it's either the children or the work. And how can I have both? What is happening in the workplace? And not only to accommodate the woman in the workplace, meaning giving a nursing place or time off for maternity, but really, if she wants to come back to work at 40, are there opportunities for vocational training or whatever kind of training and then is the workplace welcoming to them and gives them a promotional career that they can, without being penalized because they're being compared to men and not given respect for who they are as they are. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 혹시 패널 분들 중에서 답변을 해주실 분?
Anyone who can comment from the panelists over here, Professor? Let me take that question. As for career-interrupted women, for them to come back to the labor market, there are various policy levers that are required. For example, there has to be a solution for childcare. In the case of Korea, for companies that are over a certain size in number, they have childcare facilities that have to be mandatorily installed within the workplace. And if not, then allowances should be given to women if such facilities are not available, so that women with children can make a choice whether they can send their children to the childcare facilities outside the workplace. Now, from the age 0 to 5, children under the age of 5, they get free childcare services funded by the government as well as education. And my second point is we have maternity leave system, which is broadly recognized by the public institutions as well as the government. So if women becomes pregnant and gives birth, at a minimum of 1 year, maternity leave can be taken by women, and that's institutionally ensured the guarantee. There's also Seoul Center, New Job Women's Center, as was presented by the speaker there, for women with career interruptions. If they want to go back to their workplace, they need knowledge and skills to be upgraded. And it is done almost free of charge with funding from the government. So that's almost free of charge education and training is provided to women who want to re-enter the workforce. Of course, there's a lot of policy support provided, but still, women's career interruption is still a very important challenge and problem for Korea, because whether it is a public company or private company, the level of support is different. And also, still in Korea, there's a lot of care given by the family at home. For example, the family is responsible for taking care of their old parents as well as children. It's the family's duty most of all. So women's career interruption and their re-entry into the labor market, that problem is not really going away anytime soon. I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
혹시 있으신가요?
Any other questions from the floor?
네.
Thank you. I learned a lot from your comments. My question goes to Ms. Wansana. As you mentioned, the activities of Duran Duran are not only giving vocational training to women. You are encouraging women to join their forces and establish their own network. I do not want to talk about the post-pandemic era specifically, but regarding the broad framework for education of women, once you receive education and training, those vulnerable groups of people, after receiving education, they will get jobs. But at the same time, the housework or the care burden of women, those gender stereotypes about women's roles are not really going away. Therefore, without changing the perceptions of the family members and households, I believe that there's only so much that we can achieve. Therefore, regarding the activities that you have conducted at your organization, are there any examples that you can share to address these challenges that I've just mentioned? Thank you for your question. It was a very sharp and to-the-point question, so maybe I should be pretty cautious in my response to the question. Regarding gender equality, I'm not really sure how aggressive I can go in responding that question about gender equality. But coming back to our activities at our organization, Duran Duran, we hope that women become the masters of their own lives. That is our hope. But that wish is not really applied 100% every single time to all of the activities that we do because it depends on the types of neighborhoods or the communities that we carry out our activities. So we maintain our flexibility in pursuing our activities. As you mentioned, as a matter of fact, not just in terms of the activities of Duran Duran, but also generally across Korean society, empowering women by giving them vocational skills. Can that address a gender equality issue? Giving them jobs could double or triple their burden as women. And there is definitely that aspect that exists in Korea. But I don't expect our activities to eliminate all of these negative aspects all at once. I think improvements will be made gradually, step by step. When I said that women joining forces together to establish their own networks, I didn't necessarily mean that they need to go out onto the street and protest against something. I just wanted to see them networking together so that they can help one another out in times of need. For instance, when they go back to their neighborhoods, they could talk about the types of education and training they received from us to indirectly teach other members of the neighborhoods and society about these changed concepts. So if such experiences are accumulated, maybe cumulatively we'll be able to expect a certain impact. Thank you.
I think we can take one more question. Any questions or comments from the floor? What about our panelists? I will make it very brief. So, participant from Malawi talked about contents and softwares, how they should become more diversified. And the common theme here seems to be digital literacy and convergent education between on and offline. I actually skipped that content as part of my presentation. But even after COVID, there will be more emergencies and pandemics. It's a big concern for all of us.
that there will be next pandemic. In order for any program to be sustainable, digital and online tools have to be used. In Korea, our network is very robust, but of course it will be different for different countries. Perhaps sometimes countries don't have much electricity. They don't even have their basic infrastructures in place, so they cannot provide online services. They cannot diversify, for example, types of services or softwares. Now KNCU, even if it wants to focus on this, cannot just make a quick transition because of its own practice and modality. So coming back to the digital literacy and convergent on and offline education, and we need to take this matter into consideration for future program development. Thank you.
저는 오늘
Thank you very much. As I was listening to the presentations myself, I myself had two burning questions. First, for the reason of taking care of family members, why do we not see men whose careers are interrupted for that exact reason? And secondly, when it comes to non-formal education, we get to talk about gender equality and female students who are playing sports in textbooks. Those are the types of images that we're trying to portray to break the typical stereotypes about women. So in non-formal education, women purposed or women-specific education is something that we need to go beyond and probably work more towards gender mainstreaming. And that is something that we need to keep in mind in developing future strategies, especially after the pandemic. These opportunities that have been afforded by women should be harnessed effectively to make sure that we move beyond the one-off type of non-formal education and instead ensure that non-formal education is something that is mainstream in our society. That is what I felt. And many of the organizations and institutions taking part in the Bridge program are already working towards that end. But now that we've experienced this unprecedented pandemic across the world, I believe that we need to have more sensitivity about approaching the roles of women in society. Thank you very much for your participation. And let me hand over the microphone to the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. Thank you.
네.
I would like to thank the speakers and participants once again. With that, we're drawing to a close the 2022 Bridge Seminar. As I was listening to the panel discussion of the experts, we have to think more about just education for women. We have to think about gender equality. Whether it is men or women, everyone is gender sensitive and gender responsive. And so we can become gender transformative to break the stereotypes about gender. Only then we can really have a true gender equality and have meaningful education for women, because we need to look at the root cause of the challenges. We have to break the gender stereotypes, and I think we really have to work harder for that. And men and also local communities, of course, Pakistan is making a lot of effort. Other countries are joining the queue as well. We need to also have awareness-raising sessions for men as well as local community, because this is not just education for women. It involves men as well as local communities, so that they can have a better awareness about gender, so that we can have transformation in how we view gender, so that we can really have a gender equal society by 2030. Do you think that is possible? And I hope that is the case. So let me read the written script for you. Of course, that would have been better if we had a larger room, bringing more people in person. But due to the pandemic, we had a hybrid form of a meeting to listen to the experts and also get views of various participants. We're focusing on the women who are the vulnerable members of society. We understand the importance and the need of non-formal education. Once again, we thank you all for your time. Professor Yu Sung-sang for the keynote lecture, and also our three presenters, Peldon, a Deputy Chief Program Officer from Bhutan, and also Shaheen, CEO from Bunyad Literacy Community Council, and Dr. Rana Dajani, We Love Reading, from Session 1. We also like to thank our speakers from Session 2, Hanjun Hye, who is the head of the Bureau of the Planning from Central Women's Newark Center, and also Lee Sang-guk, Director of the Division of the Lifelong Learning. And in the panel discussion, we focus on women's non-formal education and strategies in the post-COVID era. We drew a lot of insight from our panelists, and Professor Lee Ji-hang from Kyung University, Kang Kyung-suk from Wongang University, Choi Jae-eun, professor from Gachon University, and Won Sun-ah, secretary director from Duran. We would also like to thank all our online and offline participants once again for their valuable time. I hope that this seminar was a very useful one and a memorable one. With that, we're bringing to a close the 2022 Bridge Seminar. Thank you very much for your participation.